the sacredness of the land and its cultural significance, and our responsibility in improving relationships between all nations, including improving our own understanding of local Indigenous people and their cultures. Would you all rise for the singing or the playing of our national anthem? Thank you. Our opening speaker this morning is someone who is well known to most of us in this room. Senator Rob Black has spent his career working in rural, agricultural, and leadership fields. Many of us know him from his involvement in 4-H, in Junior Farmers, and the Advanced Agricultural Leadership Program. His roles with OMAFRA and the Rural Ontario Institute, or his many volunteer commitments in our sector and his community. Since 2018, Rob has represented Ontario in Canadian Senate, where he is a passionate advocate for agriculture and the farming community. And on a personal note, he's part of my journey to this table in the front right here. Please welcome Senator Rob Black.
Thanks very much, Peggy, for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here in front of you this morning for day one of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture's annual general meeting. I was going to stay for the day, but things have changed, as you are well aware, and we're going to hopefully move Bill 234, C-234 forward a little bit, maybe this afternoon and evening. I'm not sure. But we'll see. Certainly looking at your agenda, as always, there'll be a wide variety of meaningful discussions happening over the next couple of days, both today and tomorrow, as well as some very important elections. In addition, you'll have opportunities to participate in excellent workshops on finding solutions for dead stock management, agrobotics and innovation planning, and engaging with government and the media. As you well know, this year's conference theme is Fields of Opportunity, Cultivating a Sustainable Future of Ontario Agriculture. I believe that this theme is well suited, well fitted, and there are indeed lots of fields of opportunity available to all of us across the province and across the country. Fields which need to be protected, cherished, and celebrated to ensure a sustainable future for Ontario agriculture. This is especially important given the current environmental landscape marked by escalating climate change and global warming concerns. It's clear that climate change is one of the biggest issues facing our province, our country, and our world. The challenge for agriculture and agri-food sectors is to mitigate greenhouse gas production while also adapting to the impacts of global warming and doing so without jeopardizing food security. To do so, Ontario and Canadian agricultural producers and food processors will need not only government support in transitioning their operations to a more sustainable way, but they will also need the support of Canadians and the understanding of the Canadian public. Fields of opportunity immediately brings to mind the topic of soil health for me in Canada. Our country is rich with agricultural heritage and a diversity of crops and farming practices, sustainability efforts, research, and innovation. Our soil is a critical component to our agricultural success. As one of Canada's most precious natural resources, soil conservation is top of mind for each and every one of you in this room and for the agriculture and agri-food sector across the province and country. The future of this country is intrinsically linked to the health of its ecosystem, which hinges itself on soil health. Knowing how to manage soils and understanding how soils function is key to their productivity and long-term sustainability. So as you might know, in the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture and Forestry, we call it AGFO, we're currently working on a soil health study. The previous study done in the Senate was completed in 1984 and is one of the most sought-after publications. It is the most sought-after publication in the Library of Parliament to date in 156 years. Evidently, it's long overdue for an update, and as chair of the AGFO committee, I'm pleased to be moving that forward. AGFO is uniquely placed and has the opportunity to speak with soil experts, researchers, advocates, farmers, and other soil health stakeholders. Since we started the study in May of 2022, we've done just that. Committee members have traveled across the province and across the country, speaking with soil experts and advocates alike to literally get our hands dirty. We have been able to gather an immense amount of information and research for our study, and we look forward to the forthcoming report with recommendations that is likely to be put forward in sometime in 2024. Speaking more about the fields of opportunity in Ontario and Canada as a whole, I recently rose in the Senate of Canada to deliver an inquiry speech on land use planning and management in the context of food security and agricultural use. And I know that's something that's near and dear to OFA as well. In a world grappling with the challenges of feeding a growing population, Canada has the unique opportunity and responsibility to not only sustainably feed our own people, but also contribute to the global efforts to eradicate hunger. As we navigate the complexities of supply chains, the rising cost of food, and the pressing need for housing, it's crucial that we take decisive action to ensure optimal use of our limited land resources. Canada continues to be an agricultural production powerhouse with vast expanses of fertile land capable of producing abundant crops and sustaining livestock. However, in recent years, we've all witnessed significant changes to our agricultural landscape. Urbanization, industrialization, and changing climate patterns have impacted our traditional agricultural regions, laying the groundwork and highlighting the need for a thoughtful and strategic approach to land management use. In terms of food security, Canada has enjoyed a relatively stable food supply, and we must not become complacent about that. Food costs are rising, population numbers are increasing here in the province, in the country, and around the world, and there's increasing demand on our agricultural industry. This increasing global population, combined with unpredictable weather patterns and the degradation of arable land, certainly does pose significant challenges to food production worldwide. As a nation, we must seize the opportunity to enhance our food security and become a global leader in sustainable agriculture. And so to achieve this, we must prioritize protection of agricultural land and promote efficient use. I believe that preserving our prime ag areas from growing urbanization development is essential. From a pan-Canadian perspective, we need to implement strong land use policies and regulations to ensure the protection of our agricultural heritage, while providing the necessary framework, obviously, for sustainable growth, and also fulfilling the needs of our increasing population. When farmland is destroyed, it doesn't come back. And I'm hoping that in my time in the Senate, I can continue to work with provincial stakeholders, such as OFA, to advocate for the protection of Canada's crucial fields and farms. In addition to my inquiry in the Senate, I also will get up shortly to speak about Bill C-282, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, Supply Management, in the near future. That might happen as early as later today. Just as I do with any bill or issue I speak to in the Senate chamber or in committee, I engage with stakeholders in the industry, stakeholders like all of you, as well as with community leaders throughout the country and with my neighbors down the road to get their opinions, thoughts, and positions so that I know better how they might be affected or impacted. I always tell folks I can't get up and speak on behalf of agriculture and rural communities if I don't speak with those who might be impacted and directly impacted by government policies and legislation, such as you folks. That said, my speech on Bill C-282 will reflect what I've heard from the agricultural community, and I hope that you might tune in and listen at some point. I did speak earlier about C-234. It was amended in the committee, and that amendment was voted down, as you well know, and so we're back to discussing at third reading the original bill. At the last sitting, it was amended once again, and so it was adjourned at that point. So today, I hope we can get back to bringing that bill back and debating the adjournment, or debating the amendment, and then moving forward from there. Time will tell. I'm not holding my breath, but I know with the work that you folks are doing and the folks that will be in Ottawa today, we'll see what happens. The past few years have certainly brought significant challenges to our agriculture community. From the global pandemic to extreme weather events and changing trade dynamics, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the incredible strides that agriculture has made in recent years. The Canadian agricultural landscape is evolving, and it's essential that we as a collective stay ahead of the curve. We've seen innovation, sustainability, and resilience become the cornerstones of our industry, your industry. I hope I can say our industry as well. And it's thanks to you in this room who are driving these changes. Your dedication, your hard work, and your unwavering commitment to Ontario and Canadian agriculture is commendable. In closing, I want to thank the board and the board team for all they've done over the last year. Let's give them a big hand. Peggy, your team is amazing. I've seen them in Ottawa a number of times, and I always enjoy meeting them when I'm in Ottawa. And to Kathy, your team is tremendous as well. Kathy, you and I talk at the oddest of times, but it's great, and I'm happy to be helping with you. Thank you. To each of you, I encourage you to make the most of this meeting, engage with the speakers, network with your peers, and absorb the wealth of information that is going to be shared over the next couple of days. Together, you can continue to build on the successes of the industry, foster prosperity with purpose, and ensure that Canadian agriculture thrives for generations to come. And as a policymaker, I commit to you to advocate for the needs and concerns of the agricultural industry in the Senate of Canada. Your input and insights are invaluable in shaping the policies that will support and enhance the future of farming in Ontario and indeed across Canada. We must work in collaboration to find sustainable solutions to the challenges we all face, from ensuring fair trade practices to addressing climate change and modernizing our agricultural infrastructure. Together, we can build a more prosperous, resilient, and sustainable future. You know, I get my inspiration, folks say I'm always on the go. I get my inspiration from you folks. And so for that, thanks for inspiring me. Thanks again for the invitation to join you, and thanks for listening. I'll be here for part of the morning, happy to chat, and it's always a pleasure to be here at the OFA annual meeting. Thank you.
So Rob has offered if anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask really quickly, I'll remind people if they do have a question, there are mics on the floor. Please go up to a mic. And we might as well start the process now. Please state your name and what county you're from.
And I am here for part of the morning. If there's...
Oh, we got one already.
I got a question.
Leo Blighter, Dufferin County. I can't believe nobody else has a question on Bill C-234. I've written letters to you.
Yes, you have, Leo.
Advocated as my role as a director on the Grain Farmers of Ontario. I'm wondering, has the debate ever been framed as a competitive trade issue? Because we are asked to bear another cost that our competitors south of the border don't have to bear. And my carbon tax cost on drying grain is now greater than the cost of the natural gas that I buy.
So that has come up in supporters of Bill C-234's speeches in the Senate and in committee, and it gets not necessarily shot down, but gets overwritten by folks that are against it. But yes, it has come up, absolutely.
And I don't see your fellow senators that are on the opposite side of this bill, or where I perceive they are. They're not offering any alternatives that are a viable option.
No, they're not. They're not. And you know, and unfortunately, the couple that have been very vocal come from metropolitan Montreal and downtown Vancouver, which is disappointing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your efforts. Maybe there's enough hot air in those metropolitan areas where we can bring our grain and get it dried right there.
Maybe.
One more.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Terry Otto.
Yeah, Terry Otto from Ottawa. Senator, thank you very much for your presentation. I guess my question is, we're talking about sustainability of agriculture. We're talking about cheaper food prices. Do these clowns that are up there with you not understand that by putting a tax on drying grains and heating barns, that it's actually driving the price of food up? Is there no common sense left in this country anymore?
Again, that message has come out loud and clear by your supporters of Bill C-234, and it's not being heard by those that they don't recognize that. I absolutely concur. They don't recognize it, Terry, and we just have to keep hammering away.
Thank you.
1 second. So on behalf of OFA and the delegates here, we're thankful you could come, and we have a gift for you. I understand you're getting on a plane. And so we will put this aside. We will put this aside for you for another day and bring it to Ottawa, maybe Monday. On top of that, you've done an amazing job of networking and being in rural areas. I see you on social on a regular basis, being in so many places. You are connected, whether by phone or email, etc. Thank you, and safe journeys back, and good luck this afternoon.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. With that, I will call the AGM to order. Hopefully you've had a chance to look through your packages. We have an agenda in the package. We would appreciate if someone would come forward and move the agenda. Go ahead. Yep.
There we go. Keenan Stone, Renfrew County. I'll move the agenda.
Can I get a seconder?
Or Huron?
Okay. I heard Huron, but I didn't hear the name.
Erica.
Erica, there, okay. Missed microphone number 2. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. We also have in the package the 2022 AGM minutes. Are there any errors or omissions that anyone noticed? Hearing none, can I get a mover and a seconder for the minutes from the 2022 AGM meeting? Yeah.
Larry Davis, I so move.
Thank you. Seconder?
Jackie Pemberton?
Thank you, Jackie. Any further discussion on the motion? And all those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Thank you. Next, we will look to the financial statements and the auditor's report. And I would like to invite Ethan Wallace from the board to lead that discussion.
This time I'm going to ask Jeff Neeb to come forward and present the financial statements for OFA. Jeff joined OFA last winter as our new Director of Finance and Administration. He's a graduate of Wilfrid Laurier University. Jeff has held progressively senior roles with organizations including Belcom Crop Protection, Green Tech International, and accounting firms such as BDO and Ernst & Young. Jeff?
Thank you, Ethan, and good morning, everybody. I am very new to the OFA. This is my first experience at AGM. Hopefully my nerves don't come through too badly. I'll explain a little bit further about my background than what Ethan told about me. So I obtained my chartered accountant designation in 1997, and I did work 5 years in public practice with BDO and Ernst & Young. I quickly learned that public practice was not for me, and I moved to industry. I worked 12 years with a Tier 2 automotive parts supplier, and then 6 years with an electronic waste recycler. My last 5 years were with a global crop protection product distributor. So I think I bring to the OFA a very unique background and a lot of knowledge, and I'm very excited to be here and part of this team. So I'll stop talking about myself and move to the financial statements. The first slide that I'm going to talk about is from page 19 of the financial statements. It's a detailed breakout of the membership revenue, and I believe everybody has a copy of the financial statements on their table or on our website. So, gross registrations came in at 39,111, both higher than budget and the prior year. Refunds came in at 860, both lower than budget and the prior year, and the continuing trend of decreasing refunds. Both positive things, membership growth and the drop in refunds. Those were offset by some higher administration fees. For those of you who don't know, Agricor charges the OFA an administrative fee per FPR registration. So at the time of the 2023 budget preparation, it was anticipated that the administration fee per registration would be reduced by there was some IT implementation costs that were amortized over 21 and 22. They were expected to be ending, so they set the budgeted numbers at $16 per registration. Just for perspective, the 2022 registration administration fee was $19.70. So when the Agricor released their report, the administration fee was set at $19.20 and was approved by the board of directors in December 2022. So you can imagine we used $16 as the budget, $19.20 was the actual, and then also included in there was a $41,000 charge for overruns relating to the prior year. But all in all, total membership revenue came in just slightly ahead of budget and the next year, and last year, sorry. The next slide I'm going to talk about is the other income. Again, on page 19 of the financial statements. 2023 amounts exceeded budget and the prior year by over 30%. Half the other income comes from the Cooperators Loyalty Program, which exceeded the prior year and the budget. Member benefit programs exceeded prior year and came in just slightly below budget. And all your investment income, dividends, and your return on investments exceeded both budget and the prior year, driven mainly by higher interest rates, interest earned on investments. Moving on to the next slide, organizational expenses exceeded budget slightly by about 2% and the prior year by about 25%. November 2022 marked the return to an in-person convention, so you can see those expenses increasing. And the board was more active, end of COVID, they were more out and about. Total departmental expenses came in below budget. Compared to the prior year, only up a little over 2%. I think it's a common theme for the last year. We were not fully staffed. I'm sure lots of businesses had the problem. I don't think we were fully staffed until late in the fiscal year. And in fact, we also had one department manager away for a couple of months. So on to the next slide, grants, dues, and projects. A third of the total spend relates to the CFA dues we pay. The next item below, we're required under the regulations to pay 1.5% of gross revenues to the Francophone organization, and the balance of the funds in that is directed by the Board of Directors. If we move to the next slide, the summary of the statement of operations. So we combine all the revenue expenses we talked about and include the pension top-ups and the employee future benefit costs. There's a healthy surplus for the year ending August 31st. The pension top-ups are voluntary top-up payments to retirees of the insolvent pension plan, and the employee future benefit expense comes from our actuary report, NFP Canada. It represents the increase in the present value of the pension obligation that results from the employee's current services. If we move to the next slide, the statement of financial position. There's three categories that have some significant change: cash and short-term investments, long-term investments, which are made up of our investments at fair value and at amortized costs on the financial statements, and long-term debt. These are all kind of linked together, and I'll talk briefly about what's happened. In January 2023, $1.2 million of the investments at fair value were sold to pay the mortgage that was coming due in late January. That explains the long-term debt dropping to zero. I started in the middle of February. Not long after starting, there was some cooperators, Class D preferred shares came due, and I was asked, what do you want to do with them? Well, I was very new, and I am an accountant, and I am very conservative. And there was a renovation going on the second floor, so I said, just send the cash. Then, not long after that, we were informed about the cooperators' member loyalty payment. Again, in the past, some of that money was used to buy some preferred shares. And again, I'm very conservative, and I didn't want to run out of money, so I said, just send the cash. But I made that money work. It sat in some short-term investments. Earning like this year has been great. If you have money, you earn some very good returns, over 5% on money. So it's been great. So the cash position, we're up quite a bit. So part of the reasons for that was I just talked about. And then some of these funds, they're going to be used. There were some final balances after the year end that we're going to be paying for the second floor renovation, some IT additions, furniture, and things like that. Some of that money will be used for that. And some of the funds will be used to cover our expenses from September to December, because there's very little revenue coming in during this time period. And part of the reason we have so much cash is there was a healthy surplus. The plan with some of this money is to return some of this to the long-term investments. If we go to the next slide. Employee future benefits asset. Again, this is based off of our report that came from NFP Canada. The change in this account, it represents the fair value of the plan assets in excess of the defined benefit obligation at August 31st. And the increase is mainly driven by an increase in the market value of the plan assets. And the change from this account from year to year doesn't flow through the statement of operations, it flows through the statement of net assets. And that is everything that I'd like to talk about on the financial statements, so unless somebody has some questions. Oh, I don't know.
Yes, Steve Walsh from Elgin Federation. I'd like to look at page 17, dealing with the number of members. In 2022, the OFA had 38,720 members, and that's increased to 39,111 this year. So looking at that in comparison to page 20, For county funding, the actual in 2022 was 1.343 million. But when we prepared the 2023 budget, we chose to come in with 36 less than the previous year, coming in at 1.307 for funding. And the actual was 35 more than you budgeted this year. Why would we decrease the money going to the counties when it's black and white that we're growing and the expenses were more?
You want to take it? Okay.
So you have to remember that your county funding is based off of last year's membership numbers. So the membership numbers presented here today will establish your county funding going forward for next year. We also, like Jeff said, take a conservative approach and try to estimate whether we're going to go up or down slightly on those numbers. So we estimated a decrease in membership and it didn't happen. That's a good thing.
Okay. It just seems that we're destined to fail when we spend more money in 2022 than we budget in 2023 by a significant dollar.
So again, the expenditures in 2024 will be based off of the numbers you see here today. So we will, in our January meeting, establish the county funding going forward for the next fiscal year, or for the next calendar year for the counties. And it will be based off of that, I believe it's 38,200 is the gross, or is the net membership number. 39,000 was the gross.
Thank you.
Greg Elgin. I think the point of the question here is, are we looking at an increase in county funding allocation or a decrease per member going forward?
I'll tell you that after the January meeting.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, good morning. It's Terry Otto again from Ottawa. Just a comment. Thanks for the presentation of the financials. I got, I guess, a two-part question. The first one bothers me a little bit when you said, in regards to cooperators' shares were coming due, sell them, send me the cash. And you also mentioned another time where you said, sell them, send me the cash because we're doing renovations on the second floor. I hope you said that after a discussion with the board of directors, and the board of directors said, yes, sell those shares, give us the cash. And number two, why are we doing renovations on a relatively brand new building?
So to answer your first part, yes, it was after a discussion with the board. To answer the second part of the question, what we have done in the past year is completed the upper floor, the second floor of the offices in Guelph. It was built with the intention of putting offices and a larger boardroom upstairs. We have since completed that renovation. We ran out of space for our staff. We grew, and we had to establish more office space for our staff and for our board members. We now hold all our board meetings in Guelph rather than renting a space elsewhere. And we also rent some space to ACC to operate their business out of our offices. So that's the reason for the renovation. It was an expansion of our usable space rather than a renovation. So I'll ask Jeff to continue on to the audit.
Unfortunately, BDO Canada are unable to attend today, so I will speak to the auditor's report. The independent auditor's report is located on page 1 and 2 of the financial statements. The first two paragraphs provides BDO's opinion that the statement of financial position at August 31st, 2023, the statement of changes in net assets, the statement of operations, and the statement of cash flows, and the extensive list of company notes are presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. The next section talks about the basis upon which BDO rendered their opinion. That BDO's audit was conducted in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. The next section talks about how management is responsible for the preparation of and fair presentation of the financial statements and to have internal controls that management deems necessary to ensure the financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and that the board of directors are responsible for overseeing the financial reporting process. The last section outlines the auditor's responsibility. Their job is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. An audit report gives a high level of assurance in this regard. How do they obtain reasonable assurance? By exercising professional judgment and by considering the risk in the organization as well as the controls in place to mitigate those risks. Evaluating the appropriateness of accounting policies and the reasonableness of estimates made. BDO also communicated with those charged with governance, being the audit committee and board of directors, about the audit plan and deficiencies they found during the course of the audit. Thank you.
So at this time, I'll entertain a motion that the auditor's report and OFA financial statements for the period of September 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2023 be approved.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County Federation of Agriculture, so moved.
Sarah Wood, Perth County, Director at Large.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried. At this time, I would entertain a motion that OFA Annual General Meeting Delegate accepts the OFA Board of Directors' recommendation to have RLB LLP OFA's auditor for the 2023-2024 fiscal year.
So moved. Alan Krusel, Stormont County.
Thank you.
Donna Chebb, Simcoe County.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, and thank you to Jeff. I know standing up in front of this group was something he wasn't used to in his previous roles, so thank you.
So the next piece of business is to appoint an election chairperson. I am hoping someone will go to the mic and consider a motion that Kathy Lennon be appointed as elections chair. Keenan's getting her exercise today. The rest of us.
I want this to go fast, so I'm going to jump right up and make all those motions. I'm so moved.
Thank
Keenan
you.
Stone.
And I have a seconder, Larry Freeman. Any discussion? All in favor? That carries. I'm going to pass the mic over to Kathy.
All right, thank you very much for that. At this time, we're going to have a little bit of a year in review video, but at this time, also the OFA team is going to be distributing the voting clickers. So for those of you that have a red lanyard, that indicates that you are a voting delegate here at this meeting today. So the folks with black lanyards are non-voting attendees today. So make sure that over the next couple of minutes you see one of this team with a voting clicker. After the presentation, there is going to be a practice vote, so there will be a question asked of the audience, and we'll make sure that they're working before we get to the resolution portion of this meeting. Okay. Every year at the AGM, we do take a few moments to review our successes and accomplishments of the past year. Our strategic plan directs our focus to a number of areas.
Our AGM is a
They can hear the microphone. Okay. Sorry. Our strategic plan directs our focus to a number of areas: advocacy at all levels of government, building effective partnerships, improving organizational effectiveness, communications, and public relations. When you watch this video, you're going to see images and photos and video clips demonstrating how the OFA team worked to keep a laser focus on these directions throughout all of our activities. Everything the OFA does supports our mission of Farms and Food Forever. I'm proud of what the OFA board and members have been able to accomplish this past year. I'm also incredibly proud of the work done in partnership with our ag and commodity organizations and locally by our federations to make sure that our sector is well represented. It's truly a team effort.
It has been an amazing year. Our AGM is a perfect moment to look back. There is so much for OFA to be proud of, whether it has been in person or on Zoom, federally, provincially, or locally. OFA has been actively sharing the message of Farms and Food Forever. When I was at a recent conference, it made me feel warm inside when somebody completely unrelated to farming quoted OFA messaging on farmland preservation. Makes me happy when people see the connection between the food they eat and the farmer who grew it.
Farming in rural Ontario directly connected to most, if not all, major segments of the provincial economy.
Director Stephen Brackenridge has been farming in Millbrook for decades. He says it's become more difficult to access health care in the community.
We are getting more population growth in our area, and we aren't seeing a big increase in the number of rural doctors that we have available for people to access primary care.
The family-run butcher shop has built a strong reputation as one of the top meat stores in this corner of the province.
One of the most enjoyable things is when we have, 2 or 3 new customers that come in the store, and then we have an old customer that comes in the store. We don't have to say anything.
OFA would like to take the opportunity to remind drivers, when you see the slow-moving vehicle sign on large farm equipment on the roadway, that it means they're traveling at a reduced speed.
As we get into the busy harvest season coming up this fall, just to take the time to make sure that all our equipment is roadworthy.
My name's Paul, and I'm proud to be an Ontario farmer.
I'm proud to be a farmer, but farming isn't just about one thing. It's about a bunch of things that come together. I also grow crops, things like corn and soybeans and wheat that we use to feed people who live in Ontario and the rest of Canada.
I am proud to be an Ontario farmer.
So part of the tour is that it gives an opportunity for my 18-member board of directors and staff to come to Eastern Ontario and tour another part of the province and see various farming activities or conservation activities or industries that might not be seen in their region.
And lots of chances to meet with members and be here.
It's a great opportunity not only to talk to us, the Ontario Federation board members and staff, but it's a great opportunity to see people that you haven't seen in a long time, to meet new people in the industry, in your own commodities, but other commodities as well.
So it gives us an opportunity to speak with members that may not be members we typically get to discuss things with. It allows them to have a voice and
Being OFA is being the connection, the advocate. We have moved the dial on that conversation in spades this year. I am confident next year will also be even better. I hope you enjoy this highlight reel of where we have been, the issues we have engaged on, places that we have made a difference. And thank you as well for all the things you do for Ontario agriculture and OFA. I always love the video reels because it's just a moment to reflect on all the busyness of the year and all the ways we have connected and been a part of your community, and you have been a part of ours. We have to quickly, before we get to the order of the day, the first one, we do need to test our clickers. And so rather than a generic question about the Leafs, this year, we're actually going to do a little research question. Would you take a moment to take out your clicker? Before I do that, is there anyone with a red lanyard that does not yet have a clicker? I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to say we're good. Thank you, team. We needed to come up on the main screen. The question? So, what are your top 3 questions around stray drift management? If you would click the number that matches what you are most interested in, the last 3 options you push are the ones that will be recorded as a vote. So are we going to have a timer on there or not? Okay, we're going to go 10 seconds. Hopefully you can read and click that fast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a number on the bottom there. Are we close? I can't read the number, but there is a number on the bottom. We're good to go. All right. Would you bring up the results? Oh, we just want to know about everything. Option 5, what weather conditions do I need to be aware of before, during, and after? At 16%, 14% is how do I select the best nozzle? And then there is a tie for 4, 6, and 7. Thank you for that. Did anyone's light not light up, or did they turn red instead of green, if these are the same clickers as we normally have? We've got one hand over here, if somebody wants to come up. Can you keep your hand up, please? Hand up high, right on the front table here, we've got one. Anyone else that I don't see, if you could stand up. And I actually don't have a clicker, and I have a red lanyard. So whatever the vote number is, we'll add one. Here comes one. I actually didn't notice that until just now. All right. We have come to I know the team in the back's not going to love me, but I'm just going to move this a little bit up. So we have come to the first order of the day, and a discussion on a proposed bylaw amendment, bylaw 23-2. Today, OFA delegates, and I have to say, I've had the opportunity to go around and talk to a number of different summits and people who have reached out to us. This is more scripted, mostly because of practicality. We don't want to miss anything in this process. So hopefully if we have, you will come to the mic, I'm sure, and ask the questions. Today, OFA delegates will be considering bylaw changes and changes to our letters patent. Jason Bent will be coming forward, Director of Research, to speak to the changes to the letters patent and the specific wording changes to the bylaws, specifically responding to the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporations Act and removing references to the Policy Advisory Council from our bylaws. Joining him on stage will be Gillian Tuck Katarna from Miller Thompson, OFA's legal counsel, here to assist only if required. Before we get into the bylaws, I would like to take a few moments to review these changes at a high level. The first part, the letters patent, are changes required by law to be compliant with the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, also known as ONCA, and you'll hear me use ONCA more often. It is less of a change and more of a relocation of certain portions of our bylaws to our letters patent to follow the structure required by ONCA. Second, a portion of the bylaw changes are also required through ONCA legislation. These have been carried through motion by the Board of Directors in October in bylaw 2023-01. These are also being presented for ratification today. Jason will review the specific changes related to ONCA in a few minutes. Third, a portion of the bylaw changes are changes regarding the OFA's Policy Advisory Council, or PAC. These are part of a recommendation from OFA's Board of Directors to approve bylaw 2023-2. As a background for discussion on the PAC, I'd like to give the following refresher and answer a few frequently asked questions that have come up during our regional meetings and discussions with agricultural and commodity organizations. Almost 2 years ago, OFA began a journey to review the Policy Advisory Council. In the process, there have been surveys, meetings, Zoom meetings, discussions, more. We have reached out to the PAC itself, the steering committee, commodities, county and regional presidents, and the board of directors. We engaged a consultant to put our results together to give us an ease of looking at it and give options for the way forward. We also considered how the world has changed in the last 15 years since PAC began. We use virtual technologies on a regular basis now. We have experienced many successful bringing together of farm organizations and commodities to quickly discuss issue-specific topics such as environmental policy and animal welfare issues, and Bill 97 on 3-lot severances, just to name a few examples. At the conclusion of our outreach, there were two things that were clear. One was that there is significant interest in OFA providing more mentoring, training, and development opportunities for our members, in particular in the category of leadership training. OFA has already begun working on this file. The second is that we all want to have a better way forward to communicate with our grassroots membership, and on many topics that will strengthen both OFA and our local federations, as well as the agricultural sector as a whole. With this in mind, the Board of Directors voted to shift away from a Policy Advisory Council in August and move forward towards a Federation Forum, allowing for every federation to bring forward the concerns, successes, and needs of local federations. It will also be a place to broaden the discussion from just being review and input on policy to broader issues. We want to talk about more things with you. Things like how to attract new board members, local federation modeling of what is working, and even potential coordination of lobbying efforts. It will be a place to talk about resources that you might need to strengthen local federations, conversations about how can OFA help the membership and local federations, and to share examples of other federations that have moved forward in different issues, looking for ways forward. The changes mean that we will be removing the Policy Advisory Council and references to it from our bylaws. One thing I can assure you, the formula of how many delegates will be able to vote at the AGM or any other meeting requiring membership voting, that will not change. Currently, the bylaws talk about a PAC member and 3 delegates per 800 members in a region, or actually per region, or per agricultural commodity organization member for a total of 4. And in the proposed change, it will move to 4 delegates per 800 members in your region or per agricultural commodity organization member. Your membership voice and vote at the AGM actually will not be impacted. At Federation forums held throughout the year, there will be 1 member designated per local federation, designated by the local federation, your connection in your area. This will ensure that those actively engaged in their local region and already recognized representatives are part of the forum. Local federations can send the right person for the conversations of the day. And they can look at what we're going to be talking about and designate the person that would best fit that. Compared to the PAC, the agenda can be more fluid, allowing for discussions that are broader than just OFA policy. With 1 representative per local federation, it will be a smaller group, but one where every voice is heard. The following are questions that have come up during the regional meetings and we would like to address before the discussion on the motions goes forward. The first one is, how does OFA continue to get grassroots input from members without PAC? There continue to be many ways to reach out to the board. That can include your local director, it can include your at-large directors, it's your MSR, it is at all those events that you saw flashing through in the slides. It is also through, anyone can bring a resolution to the board. It could be your local federation, but it could be you as an individual member. And we actually had one this year, so it's not a new process to do that. There are lots of ways to connect, and we would be fools not to connect with our membership. In fact, we are members as well as a board. The second one is Federation Forum will have representation from federations. How will agricultural and commodity organization members be able to provide input to OFA? Our experience at PAC has been that very few commodities are participating there, and that's not the best way we've been able to engage with them. In the recent years, we've done a lot more with staff liaisons between our organization and others, through board liaisons, through our board and theirs, as well as we've brought together a number of roundtables on very specific issues in order to talk about things that are relevant to them. Some of those issues have included environmental goals, diversity, equity, and inclusion conversations, labor interruptions like the CN and Seaway Rail strikes. And on top of that, OFA participates in President's Council, the Commodity Council, Livestock Action Group, and in other ways. OFA has coordinated the roundtables with commodities on behalf of sectors with several politicians, federal and provincial. And as well, chairs have reached out or contacted when issues arise. A number of them have my direct number, and if they don't have it, they know where to find Kathy. While the commodity attendance at PAC has been very low, the engagement continues to be very high, and OFA will focus its energies on those connections. Another question has been, local presidents are busy people, so why would OFA ask them to be a part of the forum? And this was one of the earlier discussions we had. We thought maybe the president might be the right person to come to this Federation Forum. From your feedback, we actually decided that probably wasn't the right answer, and so we've come back and said, you as a local federation should send the right person. If we're talking about labor and you have somebody who has a strong labor force, hires people, or is connected somebody in the community and can gather their feedback before you come to the meeting, that is the person to send, and we hope you will. We want the right people to be there. It could be the president, but it doesn't have to be. Most important is that the representative that the local federation sends is well-versed in the issues being discussed and that they're connected to local federations and members. We really want to build the communication both up and down between OFA and counties. The next one that we've heard has been how the current PAC has a representative per 800 members. How will larger federations be heard adequately? And I'll say that all voices are heard, whether you send one person or three, and that's relevant in the current PAC Policy Advisory Council, but it's also relevant going forward. Both PAC and the proposed Federation Forum input is valued. It is not binding on the board. Once again, everywhere that you actually vote, it will still be delegates per membership at 800. That is not going to change. Additionally, a question has been, the Federation Forum is not being put into the bylaws like the PAC was. Why is this? And the biggest reason is that bylaws are not easy to change. OFA would like Federation Forum to have the flexibility to change as necessary. We think we have a great proposal. We want to try it for a year and see what happens. Once again, the discussions have been probably 3 to 4 meetings a year. It's not locked in stone, but we do know we need to engage with our membership. We need to continue reaching out. So we hope that you will see also that having it outside of the bylaws, but in policy instead, that we'll have the ability to flex and do what's best. Everyone here is really looking for better communication. All of you are. Whatever comes to this table today as we discuss the bylaws, I firmly believe that everybody continues to look for the best interests of OFA. And so on behalf of the board, we look forward to the future and that best way towards Farms and Food Forever. With that, I'm going to call Jason forward. He's going to go through some nuts and bolts, and Jillian as well. I haven't, there she is. I did want to say one thing in process. As a board, and most of you in the room are aware that there's likely an amendment coming forward. Should either the bylaw that the board has proposed, 23-2, carry, or an amended version, whatever that might be, but we call it 23-2B. Either one of those carries. The ONCA pieces will also carry because it will be the newest updated version based on the ONCA changes we've made. We will still have to vote for letters patent. If neither one carries, we would have to vote separately for 23-1, which is just the ONCA changes. And with that, I'll give it to Jason.
Peggy, these bylaw changes,
yes.
Where are they in the book? Where is the hard copy on the table? Why do we not have this in writing in front of us?
It came out in your packages that came in the mail.
That's not what I asked you. Why are they not on the table today? Because people's phones are this big, and you're expecting us to try and see that, which is impossible. But they should have been on the table. Where are they?
We provided them ahead of time as required by law. That's all I can give you right now. If you'd like, you could have my copy of it. I printed mine off, but would that be helpful, Eleanor? Okay, well, that was the offer. I pass this on to Jason.
Well, thank you very much, Peggy. And it's my pleasure today to walk you through the bylaws and also the articles of amendment to the letters patent. Okay, they told me how to advance the slides and I don't see the button. Oh, there's the button. All right, as Peggy had mentioned, in the package that was emailed to directors, there was a link to the information. I guess if you weren't able to print it off, maybe you can borrow from a friend at the table. You've got 6 pieces in that package. There is a memo about the bylaw changes. There is the proposed bylaw 23-2 as of October 19th, 2023, and it includes some explanatory notes. There is also a copy of bylaw 23-1, tracking changes from the previous one, bylaw 20-1. And also in the package is a proposal that's been submitted by members in Middlesex, Federation of Agriculture. And then there's 2 pieces related to the articles of amendment to the letters patent. And we will start with the bylaw piece. And so for this presentation, what we'll do is we'll overview the changes in bylaw 23-2. The chair, that would be Peggy, will call for a motion to be put on the floor for approval of the board recommended bylaw 23-2. There will be an opportunity for the proponents of the Middlesex Federation of Agriculture proposal to come to the floor if they so wish to make an amendment to the motion. I would like to remind you that the vote on the amendment itself, if you make an amendment to a motion, that requires a simple majority to be carried. The vote, however, on the bylaw motion, either amended or not, will require 2/3 majority as a special resolution. And the reason for that is because there is a higher threshold required when there are changes to member voting rights. Upon approval of bylaw 23-2 by the members, it'll automatically repeal bylaw 23-1, which was approved by the board in October. Otherwise, the chair will seek a motion for confirmation of that bylaw 23-1. So we've kind of done this in steps, and I put this slide in to just show the steps. Prior to October, we were under bylaw from 3 years ago that had been approved and confirmed, bylaw 20-1. The board in October approved a bylaw change, 23-1, and that's effective only until it's replaced or it has been confirmed at the AGM. In it, it includes a lot of the changes related to the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, which we'll get into. Then we go to a board recommended bylaw, bylaw 23-2. It's going to be presented today. It includes all the changes that are made and approved there in 23-1, but it also makes changes related to the PAC. So we'll start with the middle one there, the one that the board approved in October. The reason for these changes, a lot of them relate to the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. That act has a 3-year transition period for some of the provisions in it. Actually, October 19th, when the board met to make the changes, is actually an anniversary of it. It's the 2nd anniversary. And we know that we now have just 11 months left before that 3-year transition period ends. So all sorts of Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and perhaps some of the county federations or commodity organizations are also under this legislation, would be required to have a look to make sure that they take advantage of that 3-year transition period. It also makes other amendments related to the conduct and the business affairs of OFA. And again, there is in your package a track changes version. So we'll talk about the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and I'll call it ONCA just for short, prompted changes. And they really do affect the operations of the board and what the board has to do more than the membership. It has gone through, we've gone through and we've updated the references that would have referred to the Ontario Corporations Act, which we were under before, to reflect ONCA. One of the other changes in ONCA is the requirement to have directors consent to act. So it's not enough to be elected or appointed as a director. You actually have to provide written consent. And so that's been included in this bylaw change. The other thing that we noticed when we reviewed the bylaws was that there was sort of different treatment for vacancies related to the director at large. In some cases, if a director at large resigns and the term is less than a year, the board would appoint a member to cover that until the next AGM where there would be an election. However, there were situations where that term was larger and it was, in a sense, in the bylaws going to be left vacant until the AGM election. So the board discussed that in October and decided that what they wanted to do was always appoint somebody until the next AGM. Number 4 on this list is about duties related to the OFA president. So under ONCA, they use the term chair. Under the Ontario Corporations Act, they use both terms, president and chair. And so there's been a change in the bylaws that's tracked there to remove that section about chair and just make it very clear that the president acts as chair. And the last change I'm highlighting here is about approval of bylaw amendments. So at the board level, the ONCA really is suggesting a simple majority unless the bylaws state otherwise. Our bylaws had stated that 2/3 of directors had to vote in favor of a bylaw change. That was discussed at the board and decided that no, we would be more in line with ONCA to just go with a simple majority for bylaw amendments at the board level. Certainly at the member level, a simple majority is the case unless you're changing voting privileges of members. So then we get to the last piece here, and of course it bundles up all of those changes related to the ONCA, but it also does 4 other things. It removes the article about the Policy Advisory Council. It eliminates the position of councillor, including references to the election and the length of term. And it replaces member representatives. We don't need that term anymore. It referred to delegates and councillors, and we can just replace that with delegates throughout the document. And as Peggy had mentioned earlier, we really did want to have the same number of people show up at our AGM, and so rather than electing the councillor and 3 delegates at those annual regional meetings, they will be electing 4 delegates. And with that, I will turn it back to the chair to seek a motion.
Thank you, Jason. With that, I will ask that bylaw, I'm looking for a mover, that bylaw 23-2 is approved by the members as a bylaw of the corporation to come into force at the adjournment of the 2023 general meeting. Do I have a mover?
Rob Vandenhengel, Huron County. I move it.
Thank you. And seconder?
Jason Firth, Essex. I'll second.
Thank you. The floor is open to discussion. Mover can discuss first if they like.
Yeah. So I am in favor of the changes from changing from PAC to the Federation Forum. I've been a PAC member since 2016, and my impressions of it have varied in that time. The first meeting I went to, I wasn't sure what to expect. I came home at the end of the day and went, I don't know what I just witnessed. So I went to another one. I still felt the same way. So in that time that I've gone to PAC meetings, the meetings have got better, but I'm still not sure what its role is or what its purpose is. I found too many times I would go, there'd be people at the back reading paper, not paying attention to what's going on. People that were showing up to meetings that never read the materials that we were given ahead of time. Flying by the seat of their pants and didn't contribute anything. So if PAC was supposed to be the advisory council to the board of directors, it never got there because a lot of the people that were on it never put the effort in. They never reported back to their own boards what was happening at a PAC meeting. And some of the PAC members really weren't on the board. So having a Federation Forum where it's one person designated that is sitting on the board to show up, maybe that'll be a better thing, that they're more invested in the actual outcome of the process versus the way it is right now.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Patrick Verkley. I would like to move, we've got an amendment from Middlesex that I'd like to bring to the table. So I'll move that.
Melissa from Elgin. I'd like to second Patrick's motion. I feel like we deserve to be able to talk to our amendment before this thing actually gets decided on. I'm not really sure why this is the process this morning, but
We had conversation about the process ahead of time, correct?
Yeah.
And you're comfortable with the process?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. With that, perhaps you'd like to put it on the screen. I believe they've provided it ahead of time. And then you can speak to it, Patrick.
So, you know, what's been interesting through this whole process is that there's a whole lot about what the board and what you know, Peggy as a spokesperson for it has talked about being good about this new proposed Federation Forum. I don't think that I've run into anyone that says PAC is perfect exactly the way it is. Even Bill Parks will say he wants it, but he wants certain things to change. So I think there is a desire to move. I think what we have noticed is there's nuance about how comfortable we are with the proposed changes and our thought process within Middlesex, but it's not just Middlesex. We've reached out to counties in our southwest region and counties beyond, and the process has been interesting.
Patrick, I don't want to interrupt, except to say I think it would be wise to read your proposal first.
So, our proposal, therefore be it resolved that Article 1 of the proposed bylaw 23-2 be amended to revise to include the following definitions. So 1, a local federation, that's a definition we want to use that means any county, district, or regional federation across regional federations of agriculture. Part 2, the forum means the Federation Forum. So our bylaw, we're still wanting to call it the Federation Forum. Further be it resolved that Article 18 and subsequent articles be renumbered to, in the proposed bylaw 23-2, and a new Article 18 be inserted to read. Federation Forum, 18.1. Purpose. The Federation Forum will serve as a space for communication, collaboration, and engagement between the OFA and the local federations. The forum will facilitate information sharing, discussions, and collaboration. 18-2. Participation. The Federation Forum shall be open to representatives from the boards of the directors of each local federation, the agricultural/commodity organization members, and the OFA board. Each local federation may send from their board one representative per a fixed number of members within their region. Any local federations with less than the fixed number of members may still send one representative. That makes sure that every county, every local federation's got someone at the table. Item 2, each agricultural commodity organization member may send from their board one representative, and all the directors of the OFA board may participate in the Federation Forum. This participation piece is very similar to how we're electing PAC reps currently, but this makes sure that it's people that are coming from their actual boards, not just someone elected at a regional meeting. 18.3 meetings. Forum shall meet no less than once in each fiscal year. Representatives shall be given the opportunity to participate in forum meetings by telephonic or electronic means. 18-4. The forum will establish by majority vote of the representatives of its own on its own terms of reference to govern its operation and shall review those terms of reference on an annual basis. And 18.5, remuneration and expenses. Representatives may be paid remuneration and traveling expenses in accordance with the OFA board expense policy.
Thank
you.
And Melissa, you second that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to speak on it as well, or?
I think Patrick wants to continue.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite understand how we're going to run through that process, but now that we've gone through that, I think this tries to find a medium between the proposal for a Federation Forum and what we see as valuable within the current PAC structure of having a space to talk. I think from the pure point of our local federations talking to the board, one person is fine. But I think there's more value to that this organization than just that direct communication. I think there's also value in us as members being able to talk to each other. And in that case, I believe that the more the merrier. You know, we need to build relationships to be able to go to Queen's Park or go talk to our MPs. We need to be able to know how to work at our local levels with our other counties, and especially in our regions in the south where we've got larger federations. That PAC has been an essential tool for us building our relationships with other counties, and we see value there, and we don't want to see that lost. The other aspect is that this does put the Federation Forum into the bylaw. I know the OFA's proposal right now is that it's held in policy and that they can adjust. The way that our amendment would function is that it is in the bylaw, but the nuances of how that organization runs is held within its terms of reference. And so that's something that everyone inside of the forum, that's all of the board of directors, and anyone else that's participating has the ability to shape how that body organizes and runs itself. And having been on the steering committee of the OFA, I think this gives the steering committee the tools to be able to say, this is what we'd like to see happen and make it happen. I think has been some ambiguity in that before, and I think that's been in part what has made PAC at times clumsy or unable to adapt or adjust, but I think this sets out the process that we can have a clear structure of governance. So with that, I'll leave it for discussion.
Microphone 1, Melissa, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. Good morning. Now that everybody's probably confused as heck about what we actually want to do with the Policy Advisory Council, or what we want to call it, I guess I will just make a very brief summary. As a former PAC person, as part of a former PAC steering committee, I understand what the intention is behind the Policy Advisory Council. It essentially exists as a grassroots organization to be able to drive issues forward up to the OFA board. From what I know, that is not currently the way that it really works in its present form, which is why I think everybody started thinking about how they can change it, how they can alter it, how they can make it a little bit easier, a little bit more flexible. And I think we're all on the same page when it comes to those things. A lot of people don't know what PAC really is or what PAC really represents. They don't seem to maybe pull as much out of it as they could or should. And what we have done as Southwest Federations was get together and try to figure out a way that we could still keep essentially the same number of people around those policy advisory council or federation forum, whatever you want to call it, tables, but also be more grassroots membership driven. The terms of reference that we set out, we are trying to go for like letting the steering committee sort of decide itself what is valuable, what they want to come for, what they want to talk about, what they want to listen to, so that it can be a little bit more flexible, a little bit more up to date. I wouldn't say there's no flexibility in terms of federation memberships, because when we're needed, we are all able to get together with our boards, whether it's over Zoom or over email, to make a quick decision, to send a snappy letter if we have to. But I've always felt that PAC is policy driven, it's grassroots driven, and we would like to keep some of that. We feel like if we have so many people that are engaged with the Policy Advisory Council, why would we want to cut that number down? I don't think we do. I think we just need to determine what PAC wants to look like and how they want to run their own meetings, and that's what we tried to get through in our policy. What is it, 21-B? No, I'm so lost with all these policies, but yeah, so that's essentially what we're asking for, and that's what we're working towards. So I hope when you guys place your vote today, you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to assume, Melissa, you're in favor. I didn't mention that earlier, but if you, when you get to the mic, of course, name, place, and if you're in favor or opposed. Paul.
Thanks. Paul Buckley, Kawartha Halliburton, and PAC Steering Committee. I'll speak in support to this amendment. I think as a grassroots lobbyist organization, there's a lot of value to bring together all the counties and commodity organizations to discuss issues. It also allows for a lot of info sharing, both with the board and with grassroots. The main issue, and we've already heard it, I think, with every single speaker here already, is that no one really knows like what PAC is, what it's supposed to do. I know, like, the individual that spoke for this, I found myself in that role too. I went to PAC. It seemed like a logical next step to try to be involved. Yeah, like some meetings were, you know, I thought very good, some maybe not. And then as we started to have issues, it seemed like the logical place to bring things. Because I'd say, like, the slide you had up on how grassroots can kind of, how us at the local level can address. There was a board member writing letters, speaking. On some issues, we've exercised most of those things, and we did not have, felt like our voices were heard on issues. And PAC was somewhere where we could maybe bring those issues. And it did take a while to kind of develop those, and PAC is not fast, but I think there's no really clear definition. And as I ran to be on the steering committee, I joined the steering committee, and I thought that when I was on the steering committee, it'd be a lot clearer how we could do things. And I found that not to be the case. The main thing here, well, there's two main things for me in this. There's the terms of reference, because I felt when we went to steering committee meetings, there was no terms of reference. There's no roles for us on the committee. There's no roles for PAC. And I think every single person has a different idea of what PAC should be. Like, some people think it should be current. Other people think they should be looking at existing bylaws and things like that and reviewing policy, kind of like the name implies. But I think no matter what, like, if there's no clear direction, obviously it's not going to achieve its goals, and it's not going to be successful. So I think getting a terms of reference is going to be, it's much needed, and I think it needs to be developed with as much input, grassroots input. So if people think whatever it's, because just changing the name of a committee and moving some seats and things like that, like no matter what, like there's going to be people sitting at the back of the room, whether it's your local board, whether it's the policy board, or whether it's the larger board. Like it's only going to be as engagement as people participate in. And if there's clear direction on what is going to be discussed, then I think that would develop a lot. Because if it's clear for the members that go there, they're going to see a lot more out of it. So, yeah, so I would say this amendment provides for the continuation of that committee. Like Patrick said, like right now it's just going to be removed from the bylaws. So there is options for it, and we could vote to bring something back similar to it. But this amendment allows that there's going to be continuation of a grassroots committee and to develop a terms of reference to move forward. And I think that will be very, very healthy for PAC or whatever it's named. I hope that this terms of reference will be developed with members and board input to clearly define what PAC should aim to achieve and what resources are allocated to it, and clear roles for people participating. Because even with like resources, like we had no clear idea of like how much staff time, like do they have one day a month, or so I think if there could be some structure to it and some in this terms of reference, I think that would go a long way to make PAC or whatever we decide to call it a lot more healthy. So
Go to microphone 1 and then 2.
Thanks. I thought Erica was a little fast for me to the microphone, so thanks for picking me anyway. So it's Greg Fenty. I'm going to support this amendment. Oh, my apologies, guys. I'd like to support Patrick in this amendment for Middlesex. First off, I want to thank OFA for taking the lead and lighting the firecracker that's had this discussion. Changes probably are needed around PAC. I think everybody would agree with that. I do want to applaud Patrick on the work that he's done on this. He's a bit of a nerd. He's got into this really well, and I think this is the exact example of why we need to maintain the representation at PAC that we do. Patrick is one of 3 members from Middlesex, so it's entirely likely that if we went to the 1 member per county, he would not have even been part of this, and we would have lost his involvement and his motivation to work on this. And I think if you look at this, he's put a lot of work into this. This is well thought out. So with that, you want to appreciate the work that he's done. And you look around this room, everybody is here that wants to contribute to agriculture. If we move forward with the original bylaw amendment, that removes a lot of voices. We're all members in our community, whether talking to other farmers, talking to the consumers, talking to politicians. Some of us even talk to the media, Andrea. And we lose some of these voices when we pare it down to 1 per county. It's great to get involved in these issues and to get out of our own silos. And PAC has been a method to do that, obviously with flaws, but I really want to endorse this bylaw amendment for Middlesex. I think it can solve a lot of the issues that we're facing going forward and maintain those strong community connections and that grassroots initiative that we have going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica.
Erica Murray, Huron County. I speak against this amendment. We've attempted to make adjustments and make it work within the current PAC structure. Ultimately, its role is in the title, it's advisory, but the world moves so fast these days. What impact are we actually making by only meeting a handful of times a year? The issue's long past by the time we're meeting to provide that input. There's many ways that we can have a voice. One of the ways that we have our voice is by electing our zone directors. By building relationships in this room, at our board meetings, with the staff. There are much better ways that we can advise and share our issues with the directors and with the staff than keeping our current structure. Thank you.
Thanks. I have microphone 3, and then I'm thinking that's 4, and then 2.
Bill Barks, Kent. I wish to speak against 23-2.
Again, are you speaking to the amendment or to, because right now we're discussing the amendment that's on the screen,
I understand,
okay?
but it
If-
seems to me this whole exercise is going backwards. The whole damn thing. So I wish to speak in this manner. Out of order and whatever.
You do need to speak to the amendment, and otherwise it will come back and you'll have a chance to speak to the bylaw itself when the amendment discussion is done.
I guess I will be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Over to 4.
Hi, I'm Henriette DeBruin from Thunder Bay. I'm also a PAC member, and I've been on the steering committee in the past as well. This committee was meant to be a grassroots party. We've done a lot of good in that committee. I speak against this amendment simply because this needs to be done at the new forum, not here. These are all good terms of reference need to be happen at, with the forum, that's great, but that needs to be developed when this committee is developed, not here today. That's kind of going 3 steps ahead. And as far as the fact that I kind of find offense when you say that you won't have representation because you're losing 3 representatives. The North has had 2 votes or 2 people being sent for how many years that PAC has been running. Our voice has been very, very limited, and to say that your voice is more important than some of these smaller federations is not appreciated. So therefore, it's kind of nice that when you say 51 members from every federation is going to be in that room, that's a voice from every federation, whether it be 1,000 people or whether it be from the North, which we have smaller, or whether it comes from Eastern Ontario, which has a lot of smaller ones as well. Every voice matters, and every federation voice matters. Not having a large number from a large federation, because that kind of skews the conversations at times. So I vote against this amendment.
I have microphone 1, 3, and then I believe I'm back to 2.
You're going to me?
That'd be it.
John Gillespie, PAC member from Bruce County and a former steering committee member. I've been a PAC member for a significant amount of time and was on the steering committee for a significant amount of time. And I speak in favor of this amendment to the bylaw. I think in a focus to make things smaller, we're going to lose too much of the background information that we need to guide OFA. In Ontario, we produce something over 200 different commodities, I think. If we take the PAC down to 51 people, that means there is 1 person on average speaking per 4 commodities produced in Ontario, and that's only 1 voice for those 4 commodities, which production is very different whether you're in Ottawa or up in the north or in Essex or the closest farm to this room we're in now. Farming is very different across Ontario. I don't think PAC needs to be an immediate response. We have an 18-member board that we trust to make the immediate decisions. I think the goal for PAC needs to be to provide the board and our staff with more background information and supporting information so that they have a good sense of what's going on a regular basis in rural Ontario, and people that they know that are involved in the industry, if they need more detailed information in a hurry, to call. So they have that good background to provide that information. I think that requires more than 1 person per county. It requires a number similar to what we have now for that general discussion that Patrick so rightly explained in the beginning. It's not just having a comment back to the county, it's the counties interacting in that open discussion that happens at a PAC meeting that makes things better. I will agree, when I was on the steering committee, some PAC meetings were much less useful than they could have been, but that's a function of how PAC was set up and run. The new forum, if it's set up and run with a similar mindset and the staff from OFA doing the same things, it's going to do the same thing with less people. Changing the PAC to a forum isn't going to change the participation. You have to give PAC the terms of reference that this does and allow it to decide what it wants to do and engage its members. If the members that are there want to do something, they're not going to sit at the back of the table and read the paper. But if the agenda is planned ahead and there's 4 hours of speakers and we don't talk, yeah, they are going to sit at the back and read because they're not actively engaging. But I think that is what PAC could be, and I think this will allow PAC to do that. So I speak in favor of the amended resolution.
Thank you. Microphone 3, and then 2, and then 4, and then back to 2, I see.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County. I speak against this amendment. Most of you know that in the East, this change to the number of representatives for PAC really wouldn't have any impact on us on the way that things have been done for the last number of years for our federations. But we recognize, the comments coming from the North in terms of fairness of representation and not having over-representation from those in the South. Understanding that there are a majority of farmers down in the South Ontario. It doesn't make a difference whether they have 1 person at the table or 5 people at the table. If they have done their job as a local federation in engaging their members and they send the right person to the meeting, as OFA has suggested, the right person at the right place at the right time, then they're going to have their issues brought forward in the right way and their voice will be heard.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Yeah, thank you. Ryan Passy leads former PAC and former PAC steering committee. I'm going to speak subtly against both the original motion and the amendment. The expression that comes to mind when I read this is shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic. So, and I say that tongue-in-cheek a bit because I don't think we know exactly why PAC was unsuccessful. It started off with a lot of good intentions, the same way the road to hell was paved, and without knowing why it didn't work, how do we fix it? And I think we really need to mature the concept of the forum. I think it's got the right intention behind it again, but do we know what constitutes success? What does a successful forum look like? How do we know it's meeting its objectives? How do we measure it? Because if it's great, if it's agile and it's flexible, but that will mean we'll be in a constant state of change, always trying to reach perfection by switching one little aspect and switching another little aspect. I'd really like to first go back to first principles on what was PAC supposed to achieve, how do we guarantee we achieve it, how do we measure achievement, and then that becomes PAC 2.0. But at this point, I don't think this is a mature enough idea.
Microphone number 4, and then 2.
Yep. Adrian Winans, Grenville County. I was on the large board, and a very good friend of Jerry Commence. He was in our county. He orchestrated the small board. The concession of PAC was only given to get the small board. That's the way we saw it. We struggled for the first 2 years, and I'm pretty sure if it wasn't in a bylaw, it would have already been gone. So why take it out of the bylaw? I'm in favor of this amendment because this is what we've always been asking for, to make PAC better, to give us some structure, give it some teeth. And this is one step forward.
Microphone 2.
Julie McIntosh, Perth County. I'm speaking against the amendment. I don't feel that this needs to be a bylaw of the Federation, and also regarding the terms of reference, the forum would be acting almost as another board, and that's not the intent of this. Thank you.
I have microphone 4 and then 2 again.
Yes, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County, and I...
Oh, 4 in the back
4?
first, and then you. Yep.
She was up before.
Oh, okay, microphone 2.
So I didn't see you, Neil. Yeah, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. I would like to kind of reiterate what Grenville has just said. I like what this says, but this could also be PAC. What I heard today, and if I heard correctly, you all should be worried that you're taking this out of bylaws and putting it into policy. That means, and you have taken the 2/3 vote from the board and made it a simple majority. So 9 people can say, sorry, sucks to be a member, but we're getting rid of everything. No more forum, no more PAC with 9 people, if this is a policy and not a bylaw. If it's a bylaw, we the members get a voice. We the members get a vote. So you really have to be careful what you wish for here. This must stay as a bylaw and not a policy if you want any kind of impact. And if you are using your PAC correctly, effectively, as Ryan has stated, if you had what didn't work, know that and change that. Why are we not doing resolutions at these forums and getting input from across the province on that resolution to help the board make a decision? And it is imperative to have these groups together. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4 times a year, so that they can learn from each other. And you learn a lot from talking with another county, whether it's at lunch, whether it's at the table, but it's that interaction between the counties. And why does the North not have a PAC member from every region or county that they have in the North? Why don't they have that? And why is your PAC member not already a board member? Why, when they get elected as PAC, do you not make them automatically your local board member? Just some questions, people, but remember, you don't want to lose your say.
Microphone 4 and then 1.
Leo Gilbo from Essex. So let's not kid ourselves. Whether you call it PAC, whether you call it Federation Forum, it's only as good only if the board actually takes action on what we recommend. The problem with PAC over the years, and I've sat on PAC for many years, you know, you go there, you shoot the shit for a full day, and we don't get feedback after that, whether it went back to the board, whether they took in our information and actually did something about it. There was never feedback coming back to at the next PAC meeting. With this, and the only thing I disagree with this is Article 18.3, once a year is not enough. It should be at least twice a year. We're a grassroots organization. The only time you guys get direct feedback from us is here. And if the Federation Forum, if this passes, should meet at least twice a year so you get more input, and follow it up with an actual resolution process. Because that's a resolution process forces the board to have that discussion. And it forces the board to get back to us with what entailed in that discussion. It's in our books the resolution that passed here last year or didn't pass here last year and what came of it. At PAC, we don't get that. So unless there's a resolution process at the PAC level that forces the board to take action on it and get back to us, we have no idea what you guys talk about at the board level. So call it what you may, make the changes you want, but it all goes back to what the board does or not or doesn't do about it. And to me, as a grassroots organization, we should force our board to have a discussion about what we care about, not what they care about.
I have microphone 1, then 2, and then 4.
Betty Jean Cruz, Northumberland County. Mine is just a question of clarification, so I am not yet prepared to state whether I'm speaking for or against. I heard it said that the amendment will be in the bylaws, and yet I don't see it on the screen. And I'm wondering, is this the only change that this amendment is, or are there more amendments to follow? Because I do apologize. I was out of the country and I really couldn't read the package well until I got here. And I saw a longer document than this. So has that changed while I was in the air, kind of thing?
The amendments, Patrick, you want to? You don't close debate.
So to offer some clarification, in the package, we had a different wording in a proposal, and we had done that because we wanted to put something for us to have a discussion about on the table, and we wanted to make the print deadline for the OFA. And in the course of our conversations, we've adjusted what we thought best reflected what we were hearing, and so this is slightly different. But as far as amendments I'm not aware of any other amendments that are being put forward for the...
clarify, and you can verify. Hold on, Patrick. It is this page that's on the screen right now, as well as the screen that was before it, which included changing a couple of definitions.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm at microphone 2 and then 4.
Hello, my name is Tim Halliday. I'm from Perth County. I'm speaking against the motion. The number of people going to the forum or PAC will decrease slightly, but it's not by a great amount. Perth County right now has 3 people going, and under the original motion, we would be down to 1, whereas other counties share a member representation with 3 or 4 other counties, and they're going to gain. From Perth County, we don't have a problem with this whatsoever. The important thing is the effectiveness of the meeting. I've probably been going to PAC meetings as long as anybody except Bill Park. And I question sometimes, depending on the topic and how the meeting goes, how effective the meeting is. We have to work towards making more effective meetings that are meaningful to the board. And I just think this amendment ties the hands of the board and the new organization in being able to figure out what the heck that is. It's a hard thing to do, and for us to sit here and try and figure out the best way for a forum or a PAC to work is not something we're going to solve here. We've been trying to solve it for years. If we're going to move forward with it, I think under the original process with the motion is the best way to try and figure that out and move forward.
Yeah. Microphone 4, 3, and then 4.
Jason LeBlanc, Beef Farmers of Ontario. But
For or against?
oh yeah, sorry. Process. I'm on the other side of the table normally. Against, with respect, on what was being attempted. As a board member for a provincial organization, I see problems with 18.3, 18.4, and 18.5. So as our commodity group, but also a member, I have to speak against just due to the way, and I can understand speed and timing.
Microphone 3.
Barb Keith, Lanark County. So I was part of the old board where there was 120 of us in the room. And that's how how PAC has been described to me, and it was not effective. That's why we went down to an 18-member board. There was a point raised sorry, I'm against this amendment. I think tying PAC once again to that direct person from whether it's from the county district, you're only still getting those immediate voices. With the new format, you're allowing people with a diverse variety of voices. So if I have no interest in labor information because I don't hire anybody on my farm and I'm the PAC rep, guess what? That information's not getting back. Doesn't matter if there's 1 of you or if there's 10 of you at the table. If it doesn't directly relate to you, 90% of the time that information does not get returned. Whereas if in my county, if somebody has a connection to that labor and they're interested in attending these meetings, it becomes a totally different ballgame. There's more feedback both ways. So I think that's where I have an issue, is that, and going back to tying a lot of this into your bylaws makes things very, very difficult to change if it isn't working.
Thank you. Microphone 4, and then 2.
Ed Lee, Middlesex County. I speak in favor of the amendment. 2 points to raise. We talk about the number of people going to the Federation Forum, and that won't change. But what we feel is it changes the information going back. So being one of the larger counties with about 1,900 members, having 3 people to go back to our membership in the county is more valuable to us than having 1 person coming back and trying to talk to 1,900 people. The second is we keep talking about training and opportunities for advancement and learning and collaboration. When we do that at PAC or at Federation Forum, again, whatever you want to call it, many of you in the room will remember when Helen Johns was Ag Minister and she canceled the funding to the Junior Farmers Organization. And her reasoning was the ministry was not going to fund dances and broomball tournaments. Well, she missed the point. The fact that there were dances and broomball tournaments organized was where the training happened. It didn't matter what the issue was or what the event was. It was the training that happened around it. And many of the junior farmers, and there's probably many of you in the room, didn't even know you were being trained at the time. To have a forum or a PAC, or again, whatever you want to call it, that provides the opportunity to work together on an issue, and that's where your training happens. Thanks.
Microphone 2 and then 3.
That was very well said. Training happens everywhere. I really take offense to, I'd be very annoyed if I sent a PAC member to a PAC meeting and just because they did not have an interest in that particular subject, they did not bother to come back to the board or the members in our county and say, oh, by the way, we discussed this and here's what I learned from it, because that's what you're there for. So it should never be what you're just interested in. You are there to learn. So don't forget that. And that PAC meeting is only as good as the board wants it to be, but only as good as the members in the room force it to be. You have to get up, you have to speak, you have to learn. And if you are debating resolutions or if you're debating issues, you're learning. And you have to remember to take that home and teach everyone.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County, is still in opposition to the amendment. Speaking to comments just made both by Ellie and the previous speaker, when it comes to the voice, we already addressed that. We have the opportunity now to be able to pick the right person for that issue and get the right person there, and that person able to bring that information back and speak in an educated manner to that issue. That's on your board to choose the right person to send to make that meeting the best that it can be for your federation. To the point of it being a training ground, OFA has already stated that they are working on other opportunities for training and leadership development. When we look at the East or the North, we have never had that opportunity to use PAC as a training ground because we have never had the opportunity to send more than one representative. So that is a very unfair way to look at this forum. It should not be the training ground because in any iteration of it, it cannot be a training ground for the East or the North.
I have microphone 4 and then 2.
So just to the point that you have so many delegates to speak to when you come back, so I speak against this amendment. Just to put into clarification, I have a district that runs from Sault Ste. Marie to the border of Manitoba. So I have a district that runs 16 hours to get from one point to the end. I've had to adapt. I had to use email. I've had to use Zoom meetings. With technology that's advancing right now, I'm not sure why everyone's so afraid of changing this from PAC to a Federation Forum. It's a name. It's not really changing how we do things. It's just giving every federation out there a chance to have their voice, whether it be by Zoom or now if we come into actually having to come down and doing some training. Like you said, we've never really had a chance in the North to have some of the training that you have down here because we don't have the numbers. And I'd like to be able to see that happening. So I vote against this one.
For the sake of time, I'm going to, never mind. Maybe we're getting close. 2, 3, and then I'm assuming 2 again.
Paul Buckley, Kawartha Haliburton. I'm still speaking in support of this. Maybe a comment. It's interesting. I see some faces here today speaking against this, but I don't see those people at the PAC meetings. I don't see those people speaking up. I don't see those people participating. We're here, we're discussing this. This would be great to have this many people actually attend the PAC meeting and discuss an issue like this. It's just a comment, thank you.
Microphone 3.
So I'm just seeking some clarification, not not for or against. And I thought I understood parliamentary procedure. I'm still not sure. So this amendment is replacing the entire original motion, which I didn't think it did. This amendment doesn't speak to whether or not the PAC will be removed from the bylaw. And if it sounds like that's the intention. So I just wanted clarification.
I'll try this if that's all right. The section that is on the screen, section 18, is the section in bylaw 23-2 that talks about PAC. So this would replace PAC as well. The definitions that Patrick has brought, the Federation has brought forward, they are also parts that talk about PAC in the current part. You'd like us to go to number 4 first? Okay, 4 and then 2.
Marcel Meyer, Middlesex County. When we discussed this
For or against?
I'm in favor. I'm for.
Thank
when
you.
we first discussed this resolution at our board, I actually was not in favor, but there was enough discussion at our table that it is so important that we do have representation from throughout the province, which this is going to assist with having every county represented. That's number one. We, as farmers, are all here because we want to make this a better organization. And it is the grassroots that we get to hear from once a year, and through PAC we get to hear throughout the year. Without this, I think there is a gap. There is no I in farm, but there is an I in win. And I think we win when we work together. And I think that changing this to have a better voice throughout the province while still having representation by population brings everything together. So I think it is important that we vote in favor of this.
And finally, Mr. Berkeley, you will close discussion.
I shall. I think we're getting to that point in time. I've heard discussions about, from the north, concerned about spaces. I just want to clarify that the amendment that is here makes sure that every county board has a seat at the table, and just make sure that the person comes from that spot. I think our general sense here is that while one person may be able to do that job, it's also a space for conversation, and that's something that I think just gets better with the more people that are around the table, not worse. And I don't know, while I can appreciate the value of having just that one contact person, I don't see what's harmed by having more people around the table. And so that's part of what was driving us. I think one way to put this question in your own mind as you're considering how to vote on this is, are you comfortable giving up our grassroots control over an organization that's got, or over a body, a forum that traces its roots all the way back to this organization's start? PAC was a vestige of the big board, and I have heard over the years many reasons why the big board was problematic, but I have to believe that there was also good things within that big board. There was good value in there. There had to have been a reason it existed at some point. It clearly needed to evolve. It clearly needed to change, but I think that there is value there, that if we kill it, we're losing something that had tremendous value to this organization for a long time, and can be a spot that helps us motivate our grassroots to go and do the job that the OFA decides that it needs to happen. I think this is a forum where we have, some autonomy it's ours, so that gives us some credibility and some strength when we speak, we get to speak to the board not as children, but as equals. And I think that's where we're going to have the best conversation. And I think that, you know, the amendments we've put forward offer a solution that I think gets at most of what the board wants to see change, and I think what a lot of us want to see change, but preserve some of the legacy and history that built this organization. So thank you.
With that, I will call the question on the amendment. So take out your clickers, please. And if you are in favor, press 1. Opposed, press 2. And I'll keep my eyes on the back when they say we've got the right number of votes in. Pardon? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I got it. I got it. And just for clarity, to do an amendment on the bylaw, you only need 50%. Plus 1. And we are ready? Thank you. Okay. It has only come up on the little screen. So is it going to come up on the big screen? Okay. So the amendment is defeated, and we go back to 23-2, the one that is in your package, the board proposal. And it has been moved and seconded, and so discussion on the original motion. Microphone 4.
Thank you, Peggy. Terry Otto from Ottawa. I've been around this organization for a long time, maybe too long, but I feel that this is a bit of a railroad job, for lack of a better word. I don't think we should be discussing this the way we are today. We should be discussing the changes that the board made, and I believe it's 23-1. And I think we should approve those changes. The discussion about the PAC, I think, should be tabled for one more year and have more discussion around the tables with everybody involved, and then we might come up with a solution. What we're doing here today is creating a bigger problem, in my opinion. So I think we should vote this down, and we should go to 23-1, pass it, and move on. And if we have to move the second part, we'll table it for a year. That's my suggestion, and I think it would move things along much quicker.
So if I hear you correct, you're speaking against this. Correct, Terry? Correct. Microphone 2.
Yes, I'm speaking against this as well, and would like some clarification, and probably Jason would be the best one to give that. You are proposing to take PAC out of bylaws and put it as a policy where a simple majority of board could erase it. I want to make sure everyone is clear, and I'm clear that that is your intent, not to erase it. You don't have that intent to start with, but that is what could happen. I just want to make sure of that, but I am definitely against this change.
Thanks, Eleanor. Yes, this would remove the clause or the article about the Policy Advisory Council, right? And it would eliminate the position of counselor. And it would have delegates, 4 of them, attend the AGM.
So the new form you're proposing would be a policy, not a bylaw, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Microphone 3.
I didn't get up
Do you-
in support.
I'm sorry. Please, your name, your place.
I'm from Kent. My name's Jim Brackett,
Thank
and
you.
I am opposed to this.
Thank you.
I was in favor of the last one, but I'm opposed to this because it's a top-down driven agenda, which does not represent our OFA members in any way, shape, or form. It decreases the number of representation that we have in our largest member-driven counties. It favors, I'm in favor of the North having more representation, but not decreasing other parts of our largest economic drivers in this business. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, microphone 3.
Philip Armstrong Peel. I vote in favor of this. We've had the discussion on PAC. May not have gone which way we wanted to do, but the indication was there. So let's get this over with. And Annika is straightforward. It's got to be done. And we've had the discussion on PAC. We've talked in our counties. We've talked here. There was a vote. Let's move on.
I have one more at the mic. Number 3.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County. I speak in favor of this bylaw proposal. And just to the point where it's been a top-down driven process, I disagree. It's been over almost 3 years worth of consultations with our members. There have been lots of discussions around PAC and at other tables, and lots of consultations, different proposals on how this should move forward. And ultimately, we need to trust our board that they have done their due diligence to do all those consultations and bring that back and come to the forum, to our members here with the correct proposal of everything that amalgamated all of those discussions that have happened over the last number of years.
Microphone 2, 4, and 3.
Julie Dane in Perth County. As a member of the PAC steering committee, I just wanted to say I didn't feel it was a top-down approach. We had a lot of input and say into what went into the meetings and a lot of good discussion what happened at the PAC review. And I'd like to say that the board listened to a lot of us when we were discussing the PAC review. So with all the consultation that has happened, I don't feel that there's a top-down approach to this method.
Microphone 4.
Jason LeBlanc, Beef Farmers of Ontario, against at the way it's written currently. I'm opening that up for everybody. Currently, the way it's written, commodity will not be included in the forum, and as I understand it. And currently, we have a fantastic working relationship with OFA, but that was not always the case. So that's one of our concerns. We like the concept of the forum if the commodities were included. This is no insult, but I always end up somehow putting my foot in my mouth. PAC didn't function for years. I was never a PAC representative at the table, but I was a president, and I was at the table often. And I heard everybody complain. I didn't complain earlier because that wasn't the part to do it. Now I'm going to complain. But it didn't work. We all know it didn't work. I will put the onus as a member of a board. That falls on the board. Again, no insult on purpose anyways. And staff. If PAC didn't work, it was up to people in charge to make it work. We have our own AC system, and if it doesn't work, somebody has to stand up and tell somebody to be quiet. And that's what needs to happen, in my idea. Secondly, or third, or whatever I'm at now, the President's Council is not a replacement for PAC, in our opinion. And any other group where we're all talking, that's fantastic. I will give props to the OFA for, because I sat in my tractor and had president's meetings, and all of those things can still happen. And the forum concept is good, and I have made that statement before. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
I wish to speak against 23-2. I think our PAC has functioned. I wish to observe that the steering committee feels they've never got hold of the steering wheel, that the board has stifled them more than they would like. So I don't know how anything can operate as well as it should if it's being stifled. Now, the people that I'm listening to have been steering committee members, and Patrick is one of them, and John is one of them, and Melissa is one of them. So there's something wrong there. I think that the federations in the north deserve one PAC member. If they're 100 people, fine. If they're less than 100 people, fine. Let them in on the game. I think communication has been a problem. I think with the activity we've had over the last couple of weeks, we're going to have communication unbelievable, and that will be wonderful. So I will quit talking now and say I am against 23-2. Thank you.
Thank you. On my list, I had microphone 4, but I think I made that, I'm going to do 4 and then 2 and then 4 and then 2.
Jason O'Neill, Middlesex County. In all of this discussion, I've heard a lot of concerns from all parts of the north, the east, the south. We're all one group. We all want what's best for everyone. I think I've heard from a lot of people that they feel this has been pushed too fast. There's a lot of questions. People don't understand what's going on with the bylaw. So in order to make everyone comfortable and get more information and do more homework and make sure that everyone can go forward confidently, I propose that we table this bylaw amendment for 1 year in order to come up with the best plan forward for everybody.
All right. So there is a motion to table this. That supersedes all things. That we're going to put on the screen.
Could I have a point? Betty Jean Cruz, Northumberland. Could I have a point of clarification on the result of tabling?
Yes.
So we're going to consider the tabling motion. Obviously, if it fails, that's obvious. What happens if it passes?
If it passes, it will be tabled for 1 year, and we can do this all again next year.
All right, that did sound obvious, but when you and I were talking earlier,
Yes,
that
I
wasn't
have had
possible.
clarification. Before this came forward, someone mentioned it may be done. So we've had discussion, and tabling, it can be tabled, and he has set a time of 1 year.
Peggy?
Yes?
Just for clarifications, if 23-1 needs to be passed in order to be in compliance with ONCA, we would accept that and solely table 23-2.
I am going to look this way. We can do that. Yes, we can do that. We would then, when this is tabled, we would talk about 23-1, which is just the changes required for ONCA. So, if I'm correct, there is no discussion on a tabling motion. There is no discussion on this. And, pardon? I need a seconder. Paul Buckley, thank you. With that,
I'll second it, and can I just say that
there's no discussion.
Okay, all right.
There's no discussion on it. So, we will put it up on the screen. Motion to table, bylaw 23-2. If you are in favor, click 1. If you are opposed, click 2. Well, if you are not voting, please listen up. If you haven't noticed, every once in a while you hear somebody's notification dinging. Somebody left a phone behind, and it keeps dinging beside me. Could you check in your pocket if you have a phone? It has notes from Richard LaPlante, if that helps anybody. And I'm going to embarrass somebody the heck. Oh, there we go. Are we ready? Almost? Yes? Yes, we're ready. Okay. On the motion to table, for 1 year. In favor. Then we move on to 23-1, which are the changes required for ONCA. Did we? It needs a simple majority, right? Oh, it needed a So we are up to item 23-1. Jason has gone through the information. If you need anything further, are there any further questions? Do you want to clarify a little bit? Okay, so it is on slide 11, if that helps Peter. We have it up. Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder. Janet.
Janet Harrop, I so move.
Thank you.
Patrick Berkeley, I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion? Last call. You'd like to speak? Yes?
We should pass this. This is the law of the land. We need to do this. This is critical. Let's get it done.
Okay. It was the seconder, that's for sure. Seeing no other people at the mics, I will call the question and we'll bring it up. 1 in favor and 2 opposed. And for clarity, we need 2/3. I think I saw a hand. We're ready yet? Not yet, not quite. Almost. Okay. My apologies. We need a simple majority because there are no voting changes. We're good. In favor. That carries. Finally, we have one more piece, and that is the letters patent. Do you want to talk about it?
All right. Thanks, guys. And we're back with letters of patent. And I get the prize for including in your package the oldest handout ever. This is from 1956, our letters of patent for the organization. And I have to say that back in 1956, they did an awesome job of putting this together because we've read the objects of this document and find them pretty much relevant today. It's really great. Unfortunately, the Not-for-Profit Corporations Act has also put in more requirements, and so we're got a proposal here to amend the articles or the letters patent. Now, letters patent is really an old word. If you were to incorporate today, you'd be calling it articles of incorporation, and so that's why the document that does this is called Articles of Amendment. And it's really going to do 4 things that are required under the ONCA. And one is we have to specify the number of directors, and we can do that in a range. We also have to make some provisions in there to say that we are actually not for profit. And we also have to reiterate that we have one class of membership and also change our location of the head office. Our corporate office right now is showing as Toronto, and so we have to specify the exact location of our office in Guelph. And I will turn it over to the chair to walk through the motion.
I am so sorry because this is really, really long. So pour yourself a glass of water. The following motion to approve amendments to the Articles of Incorporation. That the corporation is authorized to follow Articles of Amendment to the corporation's letters patent to A, to specify the number of directors of the corporation as minimum 3 to a maximum of 20 directors, and B, to delete the special provisions contained in the corporation's letters patent in their entirety and replace them with the following. Number 1, the corporation shall be carried on without the purpose of gain for its members, and any profits or other accretions to the corporation shall be issued in promoting its objects. Number 2, commercial purposes, if any, included in the articles are intended only to advance or support one or more of the nonprofit purposes of the corporation. No part of a corporation's profits or of its property or accretions to the value of the property may be distributed directly or indirectly to a member, a director, or an officer of the corporation, except to furtherance of its activities or as otherwise permitted by the ONCA. Point 3, the corporation is authorized to establish one class of members. Each member shall have the right to receive notice of and attend meetings of the OFA members. Each member shall have the right to receive notice and attend the annual regional meeting held in the region where they reside, and shall have the right to cast one vote on matters put before the members at the annual regional meeting. Number 4, the registered office of the corporation shall be 200 Hanlon Creek Boulevard, Guelph, Ontario. Further, be it resolved that any 2 officers of the corporation or any 1 officer together with any 1 director of the corporation are authorized and directed to do, execute, and perform all acts, documents, and instruments necessary or desirable to give full force and effect to the foregoing, including, without limitation, the execution and delivery to the Ontario Ministry of Public and Business Service Delivery of the articles and all other required documents, and further be it resolved that the persons executing the articles of amendment are authorized and directed to make such technical changes in the articles as may be required by MPBSD, with no further recourse to the Board of Directors or members to approve or confirm such changes, and any such amendments made by such persons shall be conclusive evidence of the need to make such amendments and are ratified, sanctioned, and approved. Breathe. Can I get a mover and a seconder?
Lisa Meeks from Northumberland County, I so move.
Thank you. Seconder?
Ed Lee, Middlesex County, I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion?
Peggy Terry Otto from Carleton.
Yes.
Or Ottawa. 2 questions. It says annual regional meeting. Does that actually mean the AGM, or is it the meetings that we held in the region when we elect the PAC member or what used to be the director? Because there's 2 regional type meetings, right?
Yes.
And the second one is, what does MPVSD mean?
That is, as I said earlier, and I probably should have put the letters right behind it, the Ministry of Public and Business Service Delivery. You're welcome. No worries. And the other question was? The regional meeting. You're right. You are correct. The regional meeting is the one in your area. that is hosted by OFA. Sometimes it's in conjunction with your local AGM, but not always. Sorry, no, I have the wrong person. Janet, and then number 2, Ellie.
Janet Harrop, Wellington County. Just a question around the single class of membership, exactly specifically what that means, because we do at times, I mean, the agriculture is kind of evolving, that we have people vested in agriculture that may not qualify traditionally for the $7,000. They're involved, they want to be involved, they have comments and value to contribute, and we have seen in the past where we've had people that have paid like an associate membership to be actively part of a board, but does this now exclude those people?
No, it does not exclude. In fact, this is really about saying that we treat all members the same. Under the ONCA, if you can have separate classes of members, and then each member can vote as a block on certain provisions, especially related to wind-up and stuff. But at OFA, we treat all members equally.
Okay, thank you.
Microphone 2.
Yeah, this, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County, may be a silly question, but you said 2 people could run the organization? What does that mean?
That is the range that it could be as directors of the corporation. It's number, it's on the screen. So a range of 3 to 20.
The further be it resolved section, go down to the bottom.
Further be it resolved.
Yeah.
So what is 2 officers of the corporation or any one officer together with any one director of the corporation?
I can't hear that. I apologize.
Well, I'm having trouble too. Further be it resolved that any 2 officers of the corporation or any one officer together with one director of the corporation are authorized and directed to do, execute, and perform all acts, documents, instruments necessary or desirable to give full force and effect to the foregoing, including without limitation, execution and delivery to the Ontario Ministry of Public and Business Service, delivery of the articles and all other required documents. And
Thanks for the question. That's just a really long way of saying that you're approving signing authority for somebody to get this done. It's the mechanics of getting across the finish line.
just for this section of the letters of incorporation.
Correct. That's to authorize your signing officers to execute the documents that will be necessary to file this with the ministry.
Just for the letters of incorporation.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Microphone 4.
Yeah, Terry Otto again. Peggy, just clarification. We cleared up the regional meeting thing, but what about the AGM? It doesn't mention that we have voting rights at the AGM, or does it? Because that's very important, I think, to make sure we do have voting rights at the AGM.
So one of the important things we've talked about in the past is how important regional representation is at the AGM. And so you vote for your delegate at your regional meeting to come to the AGM. That's not changing. Number 3, Leo.
Leo Blightarp, Dufferin County. I'm speaking to point A there on the screen, a range of directors from 3 to 20. Is that specified by ONCA, or do we have a decision over that?
That's really just a standard provision. Your bylaw defines the actual number of directors you're going to have on your board. So this just means that if there were a change to the number in your bylaw, you wouldn't need to amend your articles next time. If that were to occur, you wouldn't also need to amend your articles. So it really just creates some flexibility in your bylaw provision. Your bylaw, if there were an amendment to the bylaw, it would be the bylaw that would come to the members for approval and not the articles. The difference being, I guess, from a mechanical point of view or a procedural point of view, your articles have to be filed with the ministry, so it just creates an extra step. If the bylaws are amended here, it's an internal change internal to the organization.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to think how this would work. So I could come to next year's annual general meeting, make a motion or prepare a resolution that says we want to save money, so we only want to have 3 directors. It'll streamline a lot of decision making. So that could theoretically happen.
Theoretically, yes, but I don't think the delegation would vote in favor.
Well, we don't want to prejudge a vote. But,
You never want to prejudge a vote. That's true.
but so I would be more, I don't think we want to ever go below 12. So why wouldn't we just put a number in there with a slightly tighter range?
We could have done, I suppose. It's just pretty much a standard range. That would be on our recommendation, not from your organization. So if it's not a good fit, we could
stand closer.
Sorry. That was just that number 3 to 20 is a number we typically recommend to organizations. So it didn't arise from any internal discussion. It was just us trying to give you maximum flexibility, which then kicks it over to the bylaw, which is where, in your case, the number of directors would be defined.
Okay, so I understand that if I'm not happy with the 3, I got to propose an amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I hate proposing amendments because I know how they go and we talk about them way too long, but I do really think that we need more than 3. So I will propose an amendment that 3 be changed to a minimum of 12.
All right.
So I need a seconder if anybody agrees with me. Otherwise, it fails and we move on.
Marcel Meyer, I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? One more call. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, then we will vote on the amendment of changing the range of directors from 3 to 20 to 12 to 20. Correct, Leo? Correct. We bring it up. In favor or opposed? 1 or 2? All right, we have it coming up. In favor, so that carries. Then I bring back the amended motion to the letters patent, including the change of the range of number of directors from 12 to 20. Is there any further discussion to the motion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All right, then I'm going to call the question on the motion to approve amendments to the Articles of Incorporation, including the amended portion. Please vote when it comes up on the screen. One in favor and 2 opposed. And we have a response. That carries. Thank you, everyone. Before we are going to take a break, we are running up to it. Don't run away quite yet. First of all, I want to say thank you to all those who passionately spoke and brought their concerns either at local meetings, at summits, or even today at the mic. We are an organization that leans into hearing our membership, and that will continue wherever and however the future goes. With saying that, we have and I've lost my page, but we have right now a video from one of our sponsors. And when you take your break, take a moment to go to the silent auction. That is funds for the bursaries that we give out next year. I want you to know that it isn't always about getting the cheapest price. It is about support for this wonderful, wonderful cause, and you'll see some of the bursary winners coming up later in our program. So with that, enjoy our message from our sponsor, and we will see you all at, I'm going to say, in 15 minutes. We are behind schedule, so please come back on time.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please take your seats, we would like to get back onto the program. So if you can either come in from bidding and getting coffee, and please close the doors so that the noise out in the hallway will be subsided. If everybody can please take their seats, that would be appreciated. If we could just close the doors at the back over there, that would help. All right, we'll get started right now. I have the privilege of introducing our next speaker, and Kelly Dobson, and he's been formally coaching in the ag space since 2017. Initially, he was working with families, primarily dads, sons, and siblings, and that expanded into including cohort-based coaching through the National Farm Leadership Program. The success of the National Farm Leadership Program branched his client base to include agribusiness managers of both private and multinational firms. Our guest's primary interest in equipping and supporting people to adapt to their changing environment, roles and responsibilities, and relationships. Over time, their work becomes a catalyst for personal innovation and growth that underpins their professional success. He's also a fourth-generation farmer from Manitoba and has served agriculture for over a decade, chairing provincial and federal organizations, as well as writing for Country Guide. Please join me in welcoming Kelly Dobson of Leadershift.
Thank you, Crispin. Just get you to put the slides up there. So, I'm a coach. That's what I do more than farming these days. And so, as a coach, everyone has an idea of what coaching is. Well, the way I coach is I spend all my time listening to my clients and trying to come up with really good questions. And so, as opposed to being your traditional maybe keynote speaker, I'd really like to continue what the hard work everyone was doing this morning, and really invite you to engage today. And if you do that, I think my hope is that you learn something about yourself and really about this idea of self-innovation. So, to get started, I would just invite you, I know you guys have been voting electronically, you guys should be pros at this. A couple of housekeeping items. Please grab your phones, click on that QR code, click on the little dot, little yellow thing, at least it is on my phone, yellow thing that'll get you started in. And if we do that, I'm gonna do 1/4 of an assessment we called Leadership Inventory. Leadership Inventory is a 21 statement questionnaire that I work with every client. And we use it extensively inside of the National Farm Leadership Program. The members will complete it every 90 days. And what it does is it reflects how you're showing up, and those statements are directly related to business performance. So I'm going to go ahead and click. I ran it with the young farmers in the next room. You should be able to, and let me know if you can't, but you should be able to click on that and get started, and you should see 5 questions. It starts on question 6, so don't be alarmed by that. I just want to give you 1/4 of the assessment, or we'd be 15 minutes. And I'd like to just use that as a way to start thinking about how you're showing up today. I am surprised and no longer surprised how often in agriculture we can be so busy, how many people don't take time for themselves to really sit and think about what they're doing and why they're doing it. Part of my job as a coach, and sometimes and for some people it's the very first time they've taken any time to sit down and reflect about why they're doing what they're doing. How's their voting going? 46, 48, 50. I'm going to start the slides here, just taking a look at the scores. I develop others, so I'm free to focus on my priorities. 3, about half the room. But you got a third of the room doing about 4. I have the right relationships personally and professionally. 40% of the room. That's pretty good, 60%. My relationships are working well for me personally and for my business and career. And if you notice, that's like a variation on a theme. It's one thing to have the right relationships, but to what level is that partnership sufficient to achieve the outcomes you're looking for? I confront small situations right away so they do not become problems. Not surprised. Admittedly, I would say, I don't know, I don't track this, but I spend a significant amount of my time coaching people to have the conversation they're having with me, with the person they need to have the conversation with. 10, I effectively initiate challenging conversations to move my life, business, and career forward. There's no right or wrong answers to this. It's just whether or not you weighed in honestly. Normally what I would tell clients or participants in the National Farm Leadership Program is that if you scored yourself 3 or lower, that's something to pay attention to. And that might be, and as we do that, oftentimes that's where the conversation gets started. So I coach farmers primarily. I also coach people who work with or work for farmers. And everyone who comes to me and we develop a relationship, they're all coming for one reason, and that is to, I would say 90% of the time, help them work through a challenge that so far has eluded them. Longer term clients, it's funny how the conversation changes. It comes to this idea of I'm helping them navigate opportunities. I'm proud to say we've got probably a small gaggle of NFLP graduates who've gone on to be outstanding young farmers. And I can tell you by the results we measure everybody, they already showed up pretty awesome. So just proud of that. And what I know is that they're ready for change. And I know this because they tell me that they've tried just about everything to resolve their problem or conflict and nothing's worked, including getting everybody else to change. I think you know where I'm going here. My job is to help them realize that they are more capable than they think they are, and that over time they're going to learn what they need to do to get the outcome they want. But at the beginning, all of that seems unthinkable and potentially impossible. I think our challenges, and this is the professional part, and I'm trying to give you an inside scoop about what it's like to coach. What I know about challenges is that it points directly to the behavior or who in us needs to change or evolve. In other words, it's exactly a map of what we need to be focusing on. And I'll give you 3 kind of trends that I see in agriculture. The first one, I think, is that it says an awful lot about who we're willing to work with, who's willing to work with us, and for how long. I can have clients in the same labor market. One is turning, or so I'd say churning, employees at about 80-90% every 24 months. 2.5 hours down the road, it's not a thing. What I do here is the new employee they're adding because they're doing that next new and great thing. It also says an awful lot about our capacity to function under pressure. And that, as I've learned, says everything about our physical and mental health. And I know this, I know what the research says, but I'm coaching clients all the way through the growing season. Like I started into this, it was a thing I did when the ground was frozen, because that's when people want to talk and want to raise issues up and work on it. But what I'm realizing now is as the business has changed, and as the client base has widened, I've got them talking to me on the tractor. They're even talking to me in the fall, like through fall and harvest. And I am blown away. I don't get a firsthand seat to it, but I get to hear the aftermath of what happens when something goes down after long hours of work, very little sleep, and as we even dive in and I do a debrief, how dehydrated they are, how many meals they've skipped, and how much time has gone since they spent time with their family. And it's unbelievable how much that lines up. It completely is driving the kind of training we're doing inside of the National Farm Leadership Program, because resiliency drives performance. And I know this, but to see it in real life and the consequences of it has completely shaped what I do. I also realize, if you add that onto that, is that I think our challenges say an awful lot about our capacity to think and act strategically. What do I mean by that? I think it says an awful lot about how we're willing to move forward into uncertainty and take a calculated risk. Now, I coach with this all the time, but what I really points to me is when I have long conversations in the back of tour buses with other advisors, and they tell me how frustrated they are about how many of their client base are so unwilling to engage their services. Even though they can help them sell their product for more money, potentially grow more of it, save them unnecessary tax, or mitigate risk. And putting the value proposition of any particular advisory services aside, they're just confounded as to why, when they show them there's an iceberg in their path, they'll do anything not to have that conversation. What I know the research says, and you're not going to be surprised at this at all, the research says is that our capacity to adapt and confront what's in front of us absolutely drives the success of our businesses all the way to the bottom line. Psychology is really, really good at measuring behavior and measuring it in business behavior and seeing it to results. I used to put that up as the first slide in the presentations I did pre-COVID, and I just would lose the room, because when I told them that the top 10% of leaders produce nearly double the returns of everybody else, everybody just says that's not true. And I'm like, I know, it's uncomfortable if you're not in that top 10. But what I know is that as I work with these clients, there comes a point where I'll hear some familiar dialogue. And it usually is right up at the point where they realize a change is coming, and they're doubling down on that behavior that they know they got to let go of. And it'll say something like, Kelly, you're asking me to be somebody I'm not. That's not who I am. Not yet. Coaching is built on the belief that if we can just be ourselves with a little bit of help, we can show up as ourselves wherever we are, whoever we're with, and we'll be effective. Not brilliant, not amazing, effective. And how might your life change if you could be effective in those major problems that you might be confronting? And what I know about this is that it's often that people don't realize how much they already know about their problem or challenge. The barrier is that they just don't know themselves well enough yet. You might have a thought bubble that says, I'm not so sure. I want you to ask yourself, in the last year, has your life asked you at times to be somebody you think you're not? And what was the consequence of not embracing that? I want to conduct an experiment. So here's your next thing. There should be some worksheets on the table that kind of look funny. That look like that. And I want to do a 10-minute experiment. And the experiment is this. I don't know any of you. Well, I know Andrea. She got me here. I know Kelly. And I don't know anything about your problem or challenge right now. But I'll lay you even money that in 10 minutes, I can teach you something about a problem you didn't know before and something about yourself that you didn't know. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to think about a problem that you might have. And this problem needs to be significant. In other words, there's a cost if this doesn't get resolved. If it's something that's, I don't care, that's not good enough. I need something that's consequential for you. Doesn't need to be the biggest, but it does need to be consequential. And if you have any trouble knowing what a problem is or what a problem isn't, you know, because when you try to work with it, either it doesn't get better, or it continually leaves you feeling something eroded or weighed down. And if you can't resolve it, you just see your mood declining as that happens. You may be gripping the steering wheel a little harder. You notice that you're grinding your teeth a little more than you used to. You might find that you have feelings of anger, frustration, worry, fear. Just a hint of it. That problem. I want you to write that problem in the top left-hand corner. If that problem or challenge happens to be someone at your table, just use an emoji. You only need to know what it is. Has everybody got one? Okay. I'm going to do the next part to lead you through. Here's my challenge. Buy out my neighbor. I'm going to write me in the center. And I gave myself 60 seconds to write down everything that came to me as I focused on that problem, including the feeling, the inner dialogue, the thoughts in my head, and this is what I came up with. Probably 100 now. I'll give you 90 seconds to focus on your problem and write what comes to you on your paper. Populate your map just like I did that one. Go ahead. I do this with clients. I do it inside the National Farm Leadership Program. And what I can tell you is at any level you want to engage, you'll get something out of it. The more you engage, the more you get. That's 1 minute. Do we need 30 seconds more? I think we're good. By the number of heads looking at me, I think we're good. Okay, here's the next step. I want you to take a look at what you wrote down, and I want you to look at each of them one at a time. Which one of those things you wrote down is speaking louder to you than the rest? And you know it because it has an immediate impact on you. It's like, oh, yeah, it's that one. That's the one that's speaking loudest. I want you to circle that one. And we're going to treat that one as a trusted advisor. And here's what we're going to do next. I'm going to invite you to interview that advisor and see what it has to say. I'm going to give you the questions. It's your job to ask them. Listen to what that part of you that you circled says back and record it on the right-hand side. Focus on what you circled. I invite you to ask this part of you, okay, what is it that you want me to know? What does it say back? Write your answer. Now, I invite you to ask this part of you another question. What is it that you think that I'm not seeing about this problem? What does it say back? Now I invite you to ask this part of you one more question. Okay, if you were in charge, what would you have me do? What does it say back? I invite you to ask this part of you, what are you afraid of will happen if I don't do it? What does it say back? I invite you to ask this part of you, at the end of the day, what do you want me to remember and never forget? And now I want you to tell that part of you, say, hey, thanks for all the input. I'll take it from here. But before you go, I want you to ask it 2 more questions as you go. I invite you to ask this part of you, how long have you been trying to help me? And lastly, and if that's the case, how old do you think I am now? That's the interview. Put your pens down. I'm going to lead you through 3 questions. Just put that back. I can be heavy, right? I can be heavy. I want you to just simply answer 3 questions for yourself. No one's going to know what the answers are. And the first question is, I learned something about my challenge. 1, no. 5, whoa. Please vote. Pretty much the same as the other room when I did it with the young farmers. 50% of people who responded to the poll marked it a 4 or a 5. Are we at 44 now? Next question. I learned something about myself. Last question. If in fact these are trusted advisors, if you look on the left-hand side of your page about what you wrote down, how many more were on your page? Not sure. So that's not a magic trick. That's just applied psychology in helping people understand themselves better and to really increase performance. Because what I can tell you, what all the stats say is that the most impactful and most effective leaders out there are the ones that can go out for a walk, come back. In agriculture, it's usually get in a truck, drive around the square, come back, and they can make up their mind and they can make a 6 or 7-figure decision, and they're okay even if they know the outcome is uncertain. And they're able to show up with everybody else like that. We just spent 10 minutes focusing on just one voice in your head on one problem, how much more impactful and effective would you be if you could hold your own inner meeting every day, consulting everybody on that left-hand side of the page who had something to say? I coach my clients when we move forward in this because, of course, some of these advisors, tend to think we're maybe a lot younger than we think we are. And so we need to update them. Maybe they got some beliefs that are a little out of date, that what they believed about the world isn't true today. So some of those need to be firmed up. That's what we do inside of the National Firm Leadership Program. But what we're training people to do is to let go of ways of people who we think are, is us and driving our bus, and realizing that it's not. It's just a part of us. It's very got us. And so for me, when I came in this as a coach, I had the unpleasant experience of realizing that my inner world was a lot like a minivan full of teenagers bickering. And I thought, well, at least I was driving the van, but it turned out most of the time I was just in the passenger seat. And how much that explained how I showed up and the results I got. Things changed after that. What might be possible for you? Here's what we know by the evidence. By the evidence, as best we know in psychology, 2/3 of the walking around population basically run with 3 amigos. As I used to say, and this group's a little older, so if you're into the old sitcom, it's like Daryl and my other brother Daryl. We have 3 ways, 1 or 2 or 3 ways of showing up in the world, and we use that to solve everything. It's like literally fixing everything with like duct tape, a hammer, and some zip ties. And this way it's very good. I mean, it gets to where we want to go. I mean, many of my clients are running very, very successful farms. The problem is they're absolutely stressed out because what they're doing and how they're showing up isn't working as well as it used to be. And what we call this in the gig is that usually they come to me, they're stuck. Because the way they're trying to solve the problems that are in front of them, which are way more complex than the part of them when that locked in when they were a teenager, maybe even a child, is now just an unsustainable and unscalable behavior. It's just not enough. But it's who we are, right? It creates our identity. It's also largely unconscious. We have no idea what that parts of us really believes about the world and why it's getting us to do what we do. And it creates what we call these WCGW moments, which is what could go wrong. If you take nothing away from this presentation today, I want you to believe and entertain the idea for you that your personality isn't permanent, that it's plural and plastic. And if you're going to be successful going forward, you got to grab on that hard, because the world is going to ask you to be way more than who you are now, particularly the young farmers in the next room. So as I wrap up this presentation, I want you to look at your problem again. And look at from the counselor. Now again, you only had one counselor talking to you. What's the change that you might be considering you want to make about your problem? And if you were successful in making that change, what would be different for you? And the tougher part, particularly for adults, and this is the grip where people, I think it was one of the younger farmers came in and said, how do people do this coaching thing? I said, well, and just between you, I'll give you the truth. People really only want to usually change for 2 reasons: fear or love. A very minority group do it as a proactive way of being, and that often explains the kinds of difficulties we have. So my question to you is, how much pain are you willing to put up with before the discomfort of being willing to confront who in you is telling you to do or not to do what you're supposed to do or what you know you should do seems less than the pain you're enduring by not making the shift? And if you made that commitment to making that shift and you were successful, how much more energy, time, productivity, success, and profit would you have? So in closing, I just want you to know you are more than you think you are, and I challenge you to find out. Thank you. at that. Even did it on time.
We probably have we could take about 2 questions, if anybody has any questions for Kelly. Seeing none, then I have the pleasure of thanking you, Kelly, for your presentation. You've given us a lot to think about, and I don't think it's just the young farmers that will have these challenges. I think there are a lot of people in this room, and I think some of the debate earlier today showed that we've got challenges ahead of us, and I wonder how many people put on that one side of the column the PAC issue. Kelly, thank you very much for being here today. We really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for having me. Do yourself a favor, and before lunch breaks, just stand up and shake that off. Because I know for some of you it's like, and for other people it's like, oh, I'm going to have to go reevaluate my life. And that's exactly what the intention was today. Thank you so much.
It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, MPP John Vantoff. John is the MPP for Timiskaming Cochrane and the Opposition House Leader and Critic for Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. A dairy farmer from Northern Ontario, John was first elected to Queen's Park for the New Democratic Party in 2011, and he has a long history of involvement in agricultural and community organizations and of advocating for issues important to Northern Ontario. We appreciate John taking his time today, and he was once part of this board. I'm sure he may mention that or not, but always a pleasure to have you here, John.
Thank you. Bear with me for a second while I set a stopwatch, because I have a tendency to just keep going and going, and nobody wants to see that. So there we go. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I was here all morning. I got to see the debate. And it's my second time, because I was president of the Timiskaming Federation of Agriculture when we went from the big board to the smaller board. It was like deja vu all over again. And I hope you do take that next year and actually think seriously about what the next steps are. But what I'd like to talk about, so the title of the conference, Fields of Opportunity. So I'd like to give you a little bit of an update. So last night at 9 o'clock in the House, Bill 150 passed second reading, and that is the bill that reverses the urban boundary changes put in by the government. The Greenbelt reversal bill is in committee right now. So that's also a good thing. So talk about fields of opportunity. There are fields in both those areas that are going to remain in agriculture. And I think, now there's a lot of people who played a part in that. Farmers, environmental groups, political parties. I believe the Auditor General had a part to play in that. I believe the Integrity Commissioner had a part to play in that. And I wouldn't be doing my partisan job if I didn't say the RCMP has a part to play in that too. And I've got to say, there's one other thing that last year I was here, and remember I was joking about how the Minister of Agriculture wouldn't say farmland? She still doesn't really say farmland, but it doesn't matter anymore, because the rest of the province is thinking about farmland. But there was a time when that turned. And if you recall, in this year, also the 3 severance thing happened. And that was the turning point. That's when the government started to recoil. And who led that was the OFA and the commodity organizations together. You turned the tide. It took a whole bunch of other people after, but you turned the tide. Don't ever, ever forget that. Yeah, give yourselves a hand. Really, give yourselves a hand. And there's a few things that I think we've all learned from this experience. At least I have, and I think hopefully you have too. And this, again, this is, I'm partisan. I'm the NDP House Leader, ag critic, and so I'm going to make a couple partisan comments. Rural Ontario has voted Conservative for a long time. And I don't blame people for voting Conservative. I got no problem with that. But many of you must be incredibly disappointed because you thought that once you voted Conservative, they would understand rural Ontario. And they didn't. And the lesson that we should all learn from that is vote NDP. No, I'm not saying that. But the real lesson, you're welcome to vote NDP, but the real lesson that you need to learn from that is it doesn't matter who's in power, because agriculture, people-wise, is very small. And that's why you need to have an incredibly strong lobby organization and commodity organization, but specifically a lobby organization to represent you. Because actually, it matters who you vote for, but when your vote is almost guaranteed, when any party knows that you're going to vote blue, red, or hopefully orange, regardless, your voice doesn't get bigger. And I think you've all come to know that. We've learned that the hard way, and you fought back the hard way. And you're not done. You're not done. Because on the land use thing, they're sorry they got caught. They're not sorry. And I'm willing to say that anywhere. So the second thing that is very important is you need to speak beyond government and beyond agriculture. You need to speak in a language that urban people understand and urban people grasp, and that they're with you. And that's one thing that people can learn a lesson from what OFA has done. So OFA, with your homegrown campaign, with your preserving land, it doesn't matter where you come from, it doesn't matter when you came here, it doesn't matter what your creed, color, language, or religion is, everyone grasps that food grows from soil, and when you lose land, you lose the ability to grow food. Everyone understands that. And that's what the Homegrown campaign did. I give full credit to the OFA for that. Because I know part of my job, as soon as you start talking, and I know farmers love to talk about bushels and productivity, and the government loves to talk about productivity, and great. But beyond this room, when I walk down the streets of Toronto, they're not as concerned, like that's too much information for them. It's not that they're dumb. City people have got lots of stuff on their plate. I didn't mean that as they've got lots of food on their plate, but they've got lots of things to think about. You have to speak to them. You have to speak to them in a language they understand. Telling them things that I don't know how to put it, and I've got to give credit. I've got to give credit to the OFA staff, to the OFA board, because there's no one who does it quite like you do. And I'm going to give credit, and she's going to hate this, but to your current and outgoing president, I don't know anyone who can speak to non-agricultural people about agriculture and make it relevant better than President Peggy Breckfeld has done. And there's a third, and this is a tougher one. This is a tougher one. When you talk about agriculture, and politicians do this all the time, not talk about agriculture, but do what I'm telling you not to do. You have to tell people your best side, but you also have to tell them the truth. So it's my job to tell you all the bad things that the Ford government does. That's pretty easy. They make it pretty easy for me. But and my job not to tell you any of the issues that the NDP might have. But I'll give you an example, and I give this example a lot, and I've given it to the agricultural people involved too. And it's a tough one. Temporary foreign workers. We need them. They're important. They're crucial to our survival in agriculture. Agreed? I think so. Okay? But the first time that 99.9% of Ontarians heard about a temporary foreign worker was during COVID, when some of them were being mistreated. So if your first taste of something is bad, you've got a huge hill to overcome. And part of the reason is because at no point, and I've been a farmer my whole life. I'd milked cows for 35 years, had an honest job before this one. And but at no point did I see any advertisements, about what temporary foreign workers did. They were silent. In the orchards, it was always mom and pop picking the apple. It was always, you never saw them. And when Canadians, Ontarians saw them the first time, it wasn't in a good light. And always remember that. Always remember that. So when you're talking, and when you're talking to politicians, when you're talking to people, you don't have to lead with your problems. And with politicians, please lead with your problems. But give people an accurate portrayal of what you're facing and what the good things you do for people, but also, give them the real taste, because it's important. Because people want to support you, and they do. The Homegrown campaign is proof of it, and proof that you can move people. But you'll lose that if they feel deceived by something you didn't tell them. And temporary foreign workers is a good example, right? Make sure that people know they're important, they're skilled, and that you're on their side. Because if they see something different, they're not going to believe you anymore. And same as, you know what? And I'm already over time, so my last point. People in public service, politicians, we don't have a very good reputation, actually. But most of us want to do, the vast, vast majority of us want to do the right thing. We don't agree how it should be done. Don't get me wrong. Doug Ford is totally wrong. But we do want to do the right thing. But you only hear about it when the right thing, the bad things happen. And then you don't trust politicians anymore at all. That's the same with your industry, regardless of what you grow. You're only as good as the worst one. And you never, always have to remember that. I really like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Keep up what you're doing. Make sure you thank your president. She did a great job. And to all the board, my daughter works for the organization, so I have to be nice. But anyway, on behalf of the official opposition and on behalf of myself, it's great working with the OFA, and keep doing what you're keep doing what you're doing, and we will all benefit from it. Thank you. Hey.
Hold on a second. So on behalf of the OFA, we have a gift for you to take home. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being candid with us and for always being welcome. Yeah. Thank you. We would like to continue with. Thank you. We had a long morning discussion on the bylaws, and that has pushed our agenda a little bit tighter. We would like to address a few resolutions and start lunch at 12:30 with your permission, just so that we know that by the time tomorrow comes, we won't be quite so far behind. So we are going to move to resolutions, and I'm going to call up the resolution chairs, Drew and Crispin.
Okay, we'll start right away. If I can get the first resolution up on the board, it's from Arn Pryor. It was in your package. As soon as it's up, I'll read just the therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture offers a hybrid meeting model for all its key meetings, AGM, PAC, and other committee meetings. Included in this change would be the ability to vote if the meeting presented such an opportunity. Do we have a mover?
Yes. Annette Cousins, Arm Prior Region, and I so move.
Thank you. Seconder?
John Shaw, Arm Prior Region. I'll second that.
Thank you. Would the mover care to speak to the resolution?
Yes. So, of course, the best way to attend the OFA AGM is in person, no doubt. To be able to meet with other farmers, make new connections, and have conversations with other delegates is a very enriching experience. However, for some, attending the OFA AGM is either very difficult or not possible. Whether it's all hands on deck are needed at home for harvest, perhaps people need to look after young children, or there could be medical reasons. There's a variety of barriers that may prevent some people from attending. But rather than not participate at all, we would like to have the opportunity to have a hybrid meeting, and that way people that can't attend in person can still participate online. For example, this morning, listening to all the debates regarding the bylaw changes, that sort of thing, people at home could still vote. For that reason, so I feel, or the Arm Prior Region feels, that a hybrid model would enhance the AGM and in no way take away from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the motion?
Keenan Stone, Renfrew Federation. I speak in favor of the motion. I would just go to example from even just this AGM. We had one of our delegates have to pull out at the last minute, and yes, we had alternates identified. One of our alternates wasn't available, and the only reason that at the very last minute, and I mean like as in yesterday, the other alternate was available, is because the forecast said it was going to snow. Otherwise, he'd be in the combine and we would be down a delegate for voting purposes. So for us, coming from further away, and for reasons like that, we are in favor of being able to have this hybrid meeting option with the ability to vote.
Thank you. Any other comment? Microphone 4. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see microphone.
Take 4. Okay. The Neil Vincent Huron. Just a point of caution. If everybody on their device wants to speak to an issue in the annual meeting, would they be allowed to? That puts a lot of pressure on the person that's managing the feed. Just a point to think about. I'm split on this. There's good points, but understand the resolutions will take longer if you have more people wanting to speak on the mics.
Thank you. Microphone 4.
Ashley Napton, Lanark County. I just want to speak in favor of this motion. I think the technology has come a long way. I appreciate the comments about the camaraderie in the community that occurs in the room, but I really feel that these hybrid meetings would not actually decrease the attendance, but just remove barriers for some folks who would have difficulties getting far away and allow for a broader range of folks to participate. Thanks.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Robert Baytor, Niagara. The hybrid meetings would be great for everything, but I think AGM should just be in person. And there should be ways of people following it if they can't make it. These things have to be planned well in advance. The hotel rooms and everything have to be booked well in advance. The sponsors, they expect a certain number of people coming to their booths, and for the money that they put in, they want to make sure that they have enough people here to be exposed to their product or whatever. So I think AGM should be just in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Paul Buckley, Kawartha Halburn. Undecided on this. I'd just like to draw attention that this was carried last year by Armpire, but then was overturned at the board level. I don't know if the board wants to speak to if they're willing to entertain it this year.
I can answer some of that. I'll let Peggy go ahead then, Peggy.
Any motion that comes to this floor will, of course, be considered at the board table. Reasons last year included that we book hotels and have to guarantee rooms far in advance, and simply the challenges of technology, which actually we saw at some of the summits. Saying that, there is no doubt that we will consider it, as we do always.
And microphone 2 again.
John DeMattos from Leeds County. I'm just speaking in favor for this, just in the sense my commodity organization I'm a part of, we've switched to hybrid AGMs, and we found that we didn't lose any people coming to the event. We still had the same amount of people showing up for AGM. We just had more people engaged through the hybrid meetings. So we didn't really find it affected the actual attendance that much. It was more if you just got more valuable feedback from other members. So it really speaks to that grassroots we speak about.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else at the microphones, I will call the vote. Please take out your clickers. And as always, 1 will be in favor and 2 will be as opposed to the motion. Has everybody voted? We're good to go? Okay, if we can have the results, please. The motion carries. We'll go on to the second motion from Elgin County, AGM resolutions. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture will modify the annual agenda to prioritize the discussion and votes on resolutions, including increasing the time allotment. Do we have a mover for the motion? Microphone 1.
Greg Fenty, Elgin.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Fons Vandenbroek, Elgin County, second that motion.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the motion, Greg?
Yeah, it's kind of self-evident right now. As everybody knows, last year I think it was like 26 or 27 resolutions we had to get through, and obviously that takes a little more time. This year is going to be a little better. I think it's about 6 or 7 or whatever F represents in the alphabet. So I think it's important for everybody in this room to take the time to vote on these resolutions. I know at the board level you guys are all familiar with it, but we've all took time off from our farms. We want to be heard. We want to engage. Everybody here cares about agriculture, so we want to have our say. We want to learn. We want to contribute and feel like the time away from our farm is worthwhile. So the big part about that is resolutions here, and we just got to allow for more time in the schedule for it, because right now I'm late for lunch, and it makes me grumpy.
Nobody likes a hungry Greg. Microphone 2.
Yeah, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. And I would have to agree with Greg. This is one of the most important things. We no longer are able to vote for our leadership, so this is our chance to speak to the leadership through resolutions. And somehow or other, the board makes this feel like the resolutions are an afterthought, that they're not as important as they should be, when they're not given the time, and they're not, and you think that, there's only that many, it'll only take half an hour. Well, no, you never know how long a discussion could last on it. So you should keep that in mind, and you shouldn't block it up with speakers or whatever, the frill rather than the business. And this, to me, is the most important part of the AGM, is our resolutions.
Thank you. I see no one else at the microphones, so I will call the vote. Has everybody voted? Give you about a few more seconds. Okay, close off the voting, and if we can have the results. Motion is carried 75% to 24%. We'll do one more motion before lunch. Farm property and land use from Oxford County CP Railway Company. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture ask the Canadian Federation of Agriculture to lobby Transport Canada's minister to advise the Federal Railway Company that they should not require a new agreement from landowners. Do we have a mover for the motion?
Cassandra McKay, Oxford.
Thank you. And a seconder?
Davina Garner, Oxford. I second the motion.
Thank you. Would you care to speak to the motion?
Yes. So we have had some members approach us with some concerns. They have had private rail crossings on their land being removed without notice. Some have been put back, some haven't. And they have been issued new contracts for these private crossings from, in this case specifically, CP Rail. And these contracts will supersede all existing contracts, and they are placing the burden of cost for the federal safety regulation that requires upgrades and maintenance to these crossings onto the landowner. And there is a cost outlined in the contract, but it is definitely lots of potential for that cost to increase over time. And basically they are saying that if these contracts aren't signed, the private rail crossings will be removed. So
thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? See none. I will call, oh, sorry, do we have one other comment?
Yeah, thanks, Crispin. Keith Curry, president of CFA. This is more for information purposes than anything else. I love the intent of what the resolution is trying to do. The reality is the Federal Transportation Ministry made a decision a couple of years ago around standards for railway crossings. It's all about safety, and they've set protocols in place that make it almost impossible for individual landowners to meet those standards, but the railways are enforcing them to the letter, which is why you're seeing these crossings basically being eliminated. We have been lobbying the minister on this for 2 years, on making sure they understand the importance of these crossings to farmers in particular, because in some cases it's splitting farms in half, not being allowing access to the back end of a farm or the back end of a field. But there's no wiggle room there, and this will come into effect officially, I think it's November of this year. And we're told there's no wiggle room on this, but I just wanted to bring that up for clarification to your audience, because I know there's an ask to lobby CFA to do something about this, so I just want to bring that up.
Thank you for that clarification, Keith. Are there any other comments? I see microphone 4.
Hi, Gary Martin, Lambton. Just had a question. Does this include drainage aspects, or is this beyond the scope of this motion?
At this point, the motion stands as it is, so drainage isn't specifically mentioned in the motion.
Does it mention that?
See no one else at the microphones, I would call the vote. Everybody voted? Okay, if we can have the results. Motion is carried 90% to roughly 9.2. The rest of these will be dealt with tomorrow. I'll now turn the podium back to Peggy.
Thank you, Crispin. On the note of thank yous, we have a number of sponsors that have contributed to this AGM in various ways. And so at this moment, I'd like to take the chance and opportunity to thank Hydro One, TELUS Business, Cooperators, Scotiabank, Ontario Turkey, Farm Credit Canada, Beef Farmers of Ontario, Ontario Power Generation, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, there was butter, Egg Farmers of Ontario, Princess Auto, CWB National Leasing, Greenbelt Foundation, Canada's Oil and Natural Gas Products, Mushrooms Canada, Ontario Pork, Chicken Farmers of Ontario, and Wallenstein Feed and Supply. Please join me in thanking our sponsors. Second, you've just taken some time to vote. That was the last of our votes for today. Very important. Please take your clickers off of your necks if you have them there and put them on your table. And I'm doing it myself because in the past I'm the one who walked away with it. And with that, I'd like to invite Larry forward to introduce lunch.
Thanks, Peggy. So much for that thing. So after lunch, there will be, at 1:30, of course, there will be 4 workshops. You can attend 2 of them, and I recommend that you do that. So there's one about finding solution for dead stock management, and the presenter there is Jen McTavish. There's another one called Agrobotics and Innovation in an Era of Immense Change. The presenter, Ian MacDonald. No, I didn't ride my motorcycle today, Ian. I know he's going to ask. The third one, Planners as Your Best Friend. The presenter there is Wayne Caldwell and Gwyneth McCarthy. And the fourth one for you to attend is Farming a Story. I don't know how to say that. Farming a Story or Farming a Story? Engaging with Government and the Media. There, the presenter will be Calvin Reid and Jonathan Sampson. So as we are about to disperse and go for lunch, let's just stand, raise our and remove our caps and say a word of thanks. In prayer. It is good to count our blessings, and we are grateful for the positive way in which we can come together and support the efforts of this wonderful farm community, producing prosperity not only in Ontario, but thinking of the farmers and feeding people worldwide. Bless our Ontario young farmers as they continue with their lives and careers. We are humbled to be blessed with peace and the ability to express our views in Canada. Also, we are grateful for the bounty of food, even though we live in a country and world where starvation and lack of knowledge is common and even increasing. We accept this mission. Help us help those in need. Bless the farmers who planted our food, your seeds to grow food, which is prepared by caring hands for our use in your service. Help us to adapt and grow from this conference. Amen. Please remain standing. And Lord, as we may forever, and especially at this gathering, keep in mind that we are simply continuing the work of those who have passed the torch for us to carry, including many OFA family members, staff, and advocates who are no longer among us. Keep them in our hearts as we remain in silence. We've asked this in silent prayer. Amen. Lunch is downstairs in the ABC. Please enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Find your seats really quick, and we are going to get this show started once more. As people sit down, I just wanted to quickly say the action around the silent auction continues, and it will continue until 10 minutes after this session closes, if I'm right. Yep, I've got a nod from those in charge. So hopefully you have bid and bid high and bid often in a whole lot of places and got a lot of Christmas presents to take home. With that, I'd like to continue on to our next presenter. He's very familiar to this crowd and a longtime member of OFA, longtime director in Simcoe County, and now holds a very, very special place in our hearts as the president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. Will you please join me in welcoming Keith Curry to the mic?
Thanks very much, Peggy, and this is always like old home week for me, coming back to see everybody, all the familiar faces and relationships that were developed over the years, and now that I have the privilege of being the president of the Canadian Federation, I can continue to advocate on behalf of Ontario farmers at the federal level. So it's been a wonderful opportunity for me. There's a fantastic team of people that work in Ottawa in the CFA head office, and certainly I know it's a very difficult job to even try and make me look good, but they're so far so good. They're doing a pretty good job of it. So I appreciate all the efforts, and again, I really appreciate being here. There should be a PowerPoint set up somewhere, is there? So I'm just waiting for the PowerPoint to come on up on the screen there. So I was going to do this at the end, but I'll take the time to do it now. And I just want to take a few minutes to congratulate a young lady who has had a stellar career in agriculture advocating, is never lost for words, has always been there for the farming community, not only in her own region, but across this province. And you know, Peggy and I have been through a lot of battles and a lot of journeys over the years, and it's been really wonderful working alongside of her, and I know she served you as president extremely well in the last 3 years, and I just want to congratulate you on that successful journey, Peggy. Well done. Are we good to go? Do you want me to just babble on? Actually, I got a text from the minister's chief of staff saying that they were stuck in traffic and I was supposed to stretch it out. So she wanted me to tell you how wonderful the government of Ontario is. So there, I did it. Too many words, yeah. Well, I'll just carry on. The slides aren't coming up yet. If we get them, then I'll zip through them until we get to where we're going. But, you know, a big part, much like with OFA, a big part of what CFA does in the political cycle every year is dealing with the budget. And certainly 2023 was no exception, as, you know, the budget tends to be a good reflection on how effective we are in our lobbying process. And so we saw quite a bit of stuff in the budget 2023 that we're very proud of. Oh, there we are. We're good to go. Thanks, Peter. And yeah, there we are. So we did see a lot of things in this year's budget that we were really happy about. Certainly, we've been advocating for the establishment of the foot and mouth disease vaccine bank. It was desperately needed for a lot of parts of our country to have that bank in place, so we have the medications in our hands when we need it, not waiting for them to come because they're on order. So that bank was really important. The COVID really opened up a lot of supply chain issues, not just for agriculture, but right across the board. But certainly when you're dealing with food products, especially in the perishable sides, having the establishment of a transportation supply chain office was really something we were lobbying hard for, so that we can not only fix the issues we're having now with supply chains, but maybe look at preventative measures going forward so we don't have that problem down the line if some other thing comes along that hampers our supply chain, such as, you know, the port being shut down or an atmospheric river happening in British Columbia again or some other part of the country. So getting that transportation supply chain office up and running was something we were really pleased about. The biggest cost to farmers these days are our input costs. We've all seen, energy prices double or triple. We've seen the increasing price in fertilizers. So getting the advanced payment program interest-free portion increased from 100,000 up to 350 was a real big help for many farmers across this country. It is scheduled to go back down to the $100,000 level in 2024, but we have been actively lobbying the federal government to keep that level higher than it is now. I don't think we'll be successful to get it to that $350,000 level, simply because the cost of administrating is really high. But a lot of positive conversations about something in between, whatever that number is going to look like. So we're continuing on that front so that we can have you as farmers can have access to higher interest-free monies to get your crops in the ground and get your spring growing, whatever that looks like going forward. The interswitching project is really important, and for those that don't understand what interswitching is, it means that right now we have a duopoly in a rail system. We have CN and CP, and they control basically movement of all goods. And if they don't want to move it, in a timely fashion, they don't have to, because they control the rail lines, they control the equipment. But with interswitching, it would now allow a third-party company to come in and hook onto a train and take it to a destination. So while many people think this is, strictly a Western grain thing that'll be good for Western grain, and it is, there's a tremendous amount of red meat products and horticulture products in Eastern Canada that move by rail as well. So there's some opportunities for some cost savings and some timeliness going on. So this pilot project was announced in the budget. It's an 18-month project. We're hoping the ministry extends it a little bit longer so we can get a real reflection on what that interswitching means to Canadian farmers and the agriculture industry, as well as our processors and manufacturers as well. So we'll look forward to the results of that interswitching project. And the fertilizer tariff revenue reinvested, we all know it was a tariff that never should have been imposed in the first place, but it was. So fortunately, the government has kicked that money back invested into agriculture in a bunch of different ways, and we're certainly happy about that. And one of them was the kicking some money into the RALP program, the Resilient Agriculture Landscape Program. And I think Ontario this past year got something like 57 million of the 250 that was announced. So that was a real positive as well for people in Ontario, for you, the Ontario farmer. You can't go anywhere today when you don't hear the word sustainability. But certainly as we go forward, especially in the times we're in with a federal government whose mandate in every ministry is climate change, it's really important for us as farmers that we have that agriculture strategy when it comes to sustainability. And now when we think of sustainability, our first thought, or most people's first thoughts, goes to the environment. And they're not wrong. But we also have to think about things like food security and food integrity. But for us as farmers, we also have to think about economic sustainability too, because you can't go broke farming, or you're just not going to be able to farm. So we're anxious for this to get up and running. The industry has been collaborating now for about a year on where they want to go. Now we're just waiting for the funding envelope to come through, probably through ECCC to Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. But we are stressing that this needs to be a whole of government approach. It can't just be Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada that's funding this, because this is for the benefit of everybody in society, not just for agriculture. So it needs to be a whole of government approach. So we're looking forward for that to happen. And Scott Ross, our executive director, he is the co-chair along with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada around this committee. So it's really moving along at a quicker pace now, where hopefully by the first year we see it up and running. And it really is. They really are intending it to be data-driven, science-based and data-driven, which is something that we've been stressing on all subject matter for a long time. And we got to get away from ideology, we got to get away from emotion, and we got to start continuing to harbor on science-based and data-driven as we go forward. And we need to really leverage what we have to offer. At the end of the day, you can't survive without food. But we also need to show what the economic development aspect of agriculture is, and how important it is, not just to us as farmers or the industry, but to society as a whole. And so that's part of the bigger process through this strategy. And ultimately, climate change mitigation, adaptation and mitigation. I know there's a lot of parts about what the government's doing in their climate change mandate we don't like, but the reality is it's here. And even if there's a change in government in the next year or two, it's not going away. The rest of the world is there, and they're going to be demanding that we have some kind of climate change initiatives in how we produce what we produce. So we need to make sure that this strategy is implemented in a timely fashion so that, so that we have what agriculture wants in this strategy. And really, the other key theme or principle that we are trying to get across to this strategy is that no one's left behind. We want to include everybody in agriculture. All commodities must be included, and that also includes aquaculture, because that is farming as well in our eyes. So we want to make sure that no one is left behind. So earlier this, I guess it was in 1st of November, end of October, we released a farm financial health report and are really led to what we wanted to see in the budget for 2024. I think it's today that the government's releasing their fall economic statement, and really it's kind of a precursor to what you're going to see in the budget come April next year. So we used our farm financial health report, which we scoured the country, our producers across the country, and got a real good look at where we are from a financial aspect in agriculture, and that was the basis of what we asked for in our pre-budget submission that went in a month or so ago. So one of the big asks continues to be a review of PMRA. I know everybody's got a different story about PMRA, and typically they're not very good. But it's something that we would like to see as an independent review so that it doesn't leave us uncompetitive. I mean, typically, competitive disadvantage is something that we see a lot when we look around other regions of the world, and in particular the U.S., that tends to have a much smoother process than we do. It's not that we don't want to make sure that we aren't still being safe, but let's do a review and see how we can do it better. We had a lot of suggestions in our pre-budget submission that centered around reducing tax burdens on producers, and most of them wasn't about investing money. It was about changing current policies or regulations that less burden farmers on their farms. Things like the capital cost allowance. They made an adjustment a couple of years ago to allow a little bit higher level, but also across a number of extended list of classes for writing machinery off in the first year. But that also ends in 2023, and we want to see that continued on going forward so that the years that you do have a very good profitable growing season, that you can write that machinery down that you buy off in the first year, and then you can reinvest that money in your business, because that's what we do. We don't put the money in our pocket, we reinvest in our businesses. So this is another tool on how farmers can continue to keep growing their businesses through that initiative. Also, the transfer of our farming operations to the next generations. If you are incorporated and you're a sole owner, it's not a problem transferring your farm down to the next generation. There's not a lot of cost to it. But if you are one of many shareholders in an incorporated farm, then only one can claim the capital gains exemption. And so it turns into a situation where it's cheaper to sell the property to somebody not from the family than it is from the family. So we're looking for them to change those kinds of regulations as well. Certainly the right to repair legislation, I'm not sure how close everyone's been following it, but in Canada, the way it works, the government is responsible, federal government is responsible for the copyright aspect of right to repair. It's the individual provinces that actually create the rules. But we need to make sure that the copyright part of it is right so that we still have access to doing things to our equipment to repair them in a timely fashion that doesn't jeopardize the safety of that equipment. We've been very clear that you can't go fooling around because you want more horsepower or you want to get rid of that electronic piece because you don't like it. It has to be something that doesn't jeopardize the safety of the equipment. And initially this legislation was meant more for laptops and cell phones and those kinds of electronics, but it's now morphed into farm machinery. So it's not a done deal yet either. They're still working on it, and they certainly are trying to work with us and making sure that we have access to be able to fix our machines on a Sunday afternoon when we got to get the crop in and we can't get a hold of the dealer. Obviously, labor issues have always been chronic, but and as Peggy knows, as she sits around the cart board, we're always fighting for those positions, both on farm and in our value chain, that just aren't being filled every day. And so, how do we do have a new committee set up that is going to take a look at how we can go forward and look at how we address that chronic labor shortage, not only by filling it with people, but other technologies that we can use as well to help offset the lack of being able to get those hands on the farm when we need them in a timely fashion. And I think I've been saying this since I've been coming to the OFA board table. We need better rural broadband access. It certainly is it's been slow in the process, but part of our budget ask last year and was achieved is a new round of spectrum. And spectrum is what the telecommunication companies have and have to use when they're expanding their broadband services. But the one thing that we asked for was a sunset clause on it, because these companies have been sitting on unused spectrum for years and years and years and not using it because they don't see the value in rural Canada. So by putting a sunset clause on it now, they have to use it. And really, I mean, the rural areas are already good to go. So, you know, I know that programs like the SWIFT program has been great here for Southwestern Ontario, as is the EORN program in Eastern Ontario, but there are lots of areas that just don't have good connectivity. So, you know, let's make sure that we get that connectivity out there, because it's important for the technological advancements that we not only see now, but what we're going to need coming down the road. So, once again, we're continuing to work on that rural broadband connectivity problem. The Farm Financial Report, Health Report, as I mentioned earlier, you can go on our website and check it out. There is an executive summary. You don't have to read the whole thing, but there is an executive summary. As I say, it was released in late October, and it really had a lot of impact on our recent lobby day. We used it as a leave behind on our one-pager, some great graphs in it showing where our financial situation's at and what we would like to see the government address. As I say, it's on the website. It's on the front page of the website. So don't be afraid to click on the website and take a look at it. I've already touched on a little bit on labor and on the issues that we're having with chronic labor, and I think it's something like 16,000 jobs or so on farm that's gone unfilled every year, and that's growing. Certainly, it's Peggy says it's growing up. It's probably closer to 20 now. But you know, CARC is leading a $1.7 million project that's funded by the Future Skills Center, and hopefully, you know, we're going to see how we can tackle that problem, how we can go forward. There have been a few initiatives that have taken place, like a TFW pilot program that was successful for 4 years in identifying how we make better use of temporary foreign workers and seasonal ag workers, how we can fast track them better into the country to work in the agriculture industry. So, you know, as I say, CARC is doing a great job in that field, and we've been working along with them very closely. Some of the new developments, as I mentioned, and also the launch of the recognized employer is very important. So if you've been an outstanding employer of temporary foreign workers for many years, you get that recognition. So it kind of helps eliminate some of the hoops and the hurdles that you have to go through, because you do receive that recognition. I think it's very important as a way to fast track people onto the farm quicker. It's really an express entry for agriculture employees, really to obtain permanent residency should they seek it. Most seasonal ag workers aren't coming here to seek out permanent residencies, but a lot of our temporary foreign workers do. So if there's a way that they're in the agriculture field and we can expedite that pathway to permanent residency, it's certainly something that we've heard even from temporary foreign workers that they're very interested in. So we continue to work with the federal government on making sure that happens. And of course, the big one that fills our day all day is dealing with the environment, and more specifically climate change. As I mentioned off the top, climate change is thread through every ministry in this government. It's the first thing on all the mandate letters is how do you include climate change into your ministry activities going forward. So I don't want to get everybody mad, but you'll see the first one on the top is obviously 234. It was going to be addressed today in the Senate. I haven't heard any news on what's going on. From what I understood, it more than likely won't have any action today, more likely on Thursday. You'll see some action on 234. It's really frustrating when our elected government is tinkering with the Senate process, a process that was meant to be a sober second thought, red flag any issues that were missed by the elected House when they passed the bill. And the fooling around with this bill, the adding of amendments, et cetera, the way they're delaying this third reading in the Senate is really not what the Senate's meant to do. And the problem is they're appointed, not elected. So as mad as we get at them, they don't care. That's the problem. So Rob Black has been working his tail off on this bill for a long time. There are a few other senators that have been working very hard to see this get pushed through, and every single national farm organization that's in Ottawa is every day on the senators about getting this bill passed. And I just don't think they really understand the importance of this bill for us as farmers in Canada, and it's very important. So continue to do the lobby efforts. So we appreciate everything that everyone has done in Ontario. Certainly, if you look on the Ag Carbon Alliance, which we co-chair, or on the Canola Council of Canada website, there is another button where you can hit and send more letters into senators. You can target it to your senator or all of them if you want. So I think they've got over 50,000 letters in total so far across the entire Senate. So that's been a real positive on the 234 front. PMRA had touched on that as well a little bit earlier, but we really are looking at harmonizing the pesticide regulations. Things don't have to be that difficult to get approved here in Canada or to be used here in Canada. So we're looking at ways that we can really harmonize those legislations. And I think one of our big stumbling blocks that we continue to see is as we increase our various different trade agreements with other countries, they want to hang their hats on the minimum residue levels, or on this particular product is banned in our country, so we need to have it banned through the trade agreement. And we're going, no, you do you, we'll do us. Don't be getting in our business that way. That's not part of a trade agreement. So we are continuing to remind the federal government that has to be off the table. We were really encouraged back in the first part of October when MP Cody Billoy, who's a Liberal MP out of Nova Scotia, he's also the chair of the Ag Committee, he brought forward Bill C-359, which is a private member's bill, but essentially he's looking to expedite the approval process of trusted products from trusted regions. So Canada has a list probably of 20 trusted regions around the world, like the US, for example, where products are being used, and I can't remember the product's name, but there's a prime example of Syngenta finally getting entry into Canada of a product that has been used in the US since 2015. So this process really is a peer review, and as long as no flags come up, it's basically a 60 to 90-day approval process to get the products into our hands faster. So we're very happy to try to support Cody on that initiative, and hopefully it doesn't get buried in the parliamentary process that goes on within the Canadian federal government. Plant breeding innovation, certainly we had a little bit of movement on the genome editing back, I think it was in August. We also sit along with UPA on a technical committee that really looks to improve the transparency in seed sales, and certainly the technological advancements in seed are a really important tool for us going forward in how we adapt and mitigate climate change initiatives. So we're looking for some positives to come out of that, and other things like the transparency database, the variety transparency database is important as well. Transparency can't be talked about enough in Parliament Hill, so this is one way that we can continue to advocate for that. And update the guidance for seed production and seed regulations for all of our plant breeders is also very important too. So some of the other issues that we're dealing with, and I don't know how well you can see this slide, but we started doing this for our board, I think back in the board meeting early in April. But it really lists a number of the pieces of legislation that we're dealing with. Of course, 234 I talked about. A couple I wanted to bring to your attention. C-293 is a piece of legislation around it's called Pandemic Prevention and Preparedness Act. And the reason why I wanted to raise it here is because it's a private member's bill. And the person who is putting it forward is Nathan Erskine Smith. And if you don't recognize that name, he is one of the candidates for the Liberal leadership here in Ontario. If you do any looking into Mr. Smith, Erskine Smith, you'll see he has a long history of activism. And there's a lot of wiggle rooms in there that could be very dangerous to, in particular, livestock farmers. And so we want to make sure that we keep a close eye on that bill. I don't know how much of a success it'll have in getting through, but we definitely want to keep an eye on it going forward. The other one is S241. So when it has an S in front of it, that means it's coming from the Senate. And this is a bill that's referred to as the Jane Goodall bill. Now, the primary focus of this is on non-domesticated animals, so zoos, exotic pets that people keep, targeting how they're raised and how they're looked after and where they're kept. But there's a lot of wiggle room in there that could spill back onto domesticated farmed animals. So we are keeping a close eye on this, and we're working real hard to maybe have it buried deep in a committee where it never sees the light of day, so until the writ falls. But we'll stay tuned on that one, but keep an eye on that one. And I know I'm running out of time. I just want to touch briefly on the grocery code of conduct. It's been going along really well, and that's a grocery code amongst the grocers. But industry has been very involved with developing the code. It's voluntary, but we are looking for the federal government to help fund an adjudication office and actually be the adjudicator or make sure everybody's following the rules. So the industry in general is very happy about this grocery code of conduct, and hopefully it'll serve our members well so they aren't getting penalized by the grocers. I don't need to tell you about the transit strikes. You guys lived it. OFA was very active in their lobbying on getting the Seaway back open in short order, but it is costly. It costs us money. We're dealing with perishables and frozen foods, and the grain's moving out and fertilizer coming in the fall. I mean, we need that to happen. So fortunately, it didn't last too long. Just a couple quick highlights. Our AGM was, for many of the board members were able to get to our AGM this year, but it was the first time that we've ever had all 5 political leaders come and speak at our AGM, including the Prime Minister. It was a real coup for us, and certainly we were very proud of it. And also, for those of you who are familiar with Real Ag Radio, Sean Haney actually did a live broadcast on the stage. He's going to do that again for us next year. The roundtable meeting in the summer where all the ministers, the federal and provincial ag ministers meet. We hold our summer board meeting in conjunction with that. Good meeting. North American European Union was a meeting that was held in September in PEI in Charlottetown, and that's a meeting of all the farm groups of North America and Europe. So great, tremendous networking, and the actual outcome out of that is they're dealing with all the same nonsense that we are, just in a different place. But it was really great listening to how they are dealing with issues that are very common to what we're dealing with and how we can share ideas on that. I had a chance a month ago to head to Mexico, to Guadalajara, to the Global Ag Forum. It's put on by their national farm organization, but it's not an annual meeting, it's just a big congress. They asked me to present, and I knew it was a large room. And when I get up to do my selfie thing like I always do, I went, oh crap, this is a big room. There's 2,800 people there, and another 5,500 online. So a big conference. But we are forging a really good working relationship with Mexico and working together quite nicely. And next Tuesday, I'm heading off to Dubai for 2 weeks. The COP28 conference, the big environment conference, is happening, and I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a long, exhausting week, but I'm looking forward to that. And these are some of the highlights. I'm behind on the slides. These are some of the upcoming events that we're dealing with, so I won't go through them too quickly. I'll just leave them up there. I know I'm getting the stink eye from Peggy to get off the stage, and probably from the rest of you too. But I'm around, and I know I've had a great time talking to people in the last day, and certainly come and say hi if nothing else, but happy to have a conversation on any of the events that are upcoming or any issues that you want to bring forward to us. And good to see everybody again, and thanks very much for the opportunity.
So, Keith, on behalf of the delegates here today, I'd like to thank you for your message, your comments, and your candor. And I don't know if you remember or not, but at 3 a.m. this morning in the hospitality suite, you looked me directly in the eye and you said, Mark, I bleed OFA. You're partly right. You also bleed CFA. So thank you so much for looking after our interests and the interests of all farmers at the federal level and the international level. It is much appreciated. Thank you, and please join me in thanking Keith.
So I'm here to introduce Robert Reimuller. He is the Vice President of Transmission Systems Planning and Large Customer Accounts with Hydro One. As a senior member of the Hydro One management team, Robert manages the overall transmission system, planning, asset renewal process with a focus on securing and maintaining the grid, as well as the right solutions for customers of today and of the future. In his role, he leads a team of engineers, planners responsible for the sustainment, development, and customer connection activities in the province of Ontario. On November 19th, Robert celebrated 16 years of service with Hydro One. Please join me in welcoming Robert.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, how can I follow Keith Curry's description of all the issues in your industry? So I thought we have problems, but clearly you guys have your work cut out as well. And it's very strange when you listen to an industry that's so far, in a distance from the electricity industry, how many common words you can pick up. Coordination, standards, legislation, advocacy. It's just unbelievable that we're getting so close with all those issues that we need to resolve together. First of all, I wanted to thank everybody for inviting me. It's an honor and a privilege to be among yourselves, and I'll continue repeating what I heard from Keith. Can't survive without food. So my personal thank you to all of you for being part of that industry and securing the food supply to Ontarians. The other word that I heard from Keith is smooth process. And I'm going to try to walk you through a couple of things that we do at Hydro One to make sure that at least your industry makes progress as we go forward. A little bit about myself. I'm not a farmer, but I did start my early life doing some farming, and I'm proud to say that I even dabbled in beekeeping until mites got the better of my bees, and a few thousand pounds of honey later, I gave up that hobby. But I do have an appreciation of what you go through, and I don't know how you do it every single day from, early morning till late at night. A little bit of a proud moment for me as I transitioned from my early dabbling into farming. I started my profession about 36 years ago as an electrician, so hands-on working on electricity, and that passion never really went away. I fell in love with electricity, and I don't know how many of you think through this when you go home and walk through the door and do click and the light comes on. And it's really, truly magic even today to me that we don't think about it. We just go flick a switch and electricity is on 99.9% of the time. So we're very fortunate as Ontarians, as part of North America, that we do have a good, reliable grid. I'm going to try to talk very quickly about two teams. I don't have any slides, so I'll just speak to it. And the two teams are related to grid improvements that Hydro One is trying to do and continues to do. And the second part will be about customer work that we can do together, customer commitments, our promise to be good partners and be there when you need us. On grid improvements, probably everybody in the room knows that Hydro One is the major transmission company in the province. And when I talk about transmission, is the large steel structures that you see along 401 and other places in Ontario as you drive. And also we have 1.5 million distribution customers. There are more the rural wood poles that you see alongside the smaller roads. We serve as a transmitter, we serve all 15 million people in Ontario. There's some smaller transmitters that have a footprint in Ontario, but as I said, we serve most of the people and industry in Ontario. Not known to everybody, but we do file an investment plan every 5 years, and we have a plan that was approved by our regulator last year. It's a 5-year plan that contemplates a lot of similar themes that you've heard on in the agricultural industry. And those themes are sustainability, climate change, energy transition, advocacy, and maintaining the old grid. And when I say old grid, we all know that this grid has been built 50, 60, 70 years ago. We even have lines that are 90 to 100 years old, and we're keeping them, maintaining them, and rebuilding them. So all of that takes a lot of work. Between transmission and distribution, we deliver quite a large work portfolio that goes into, you know, the $10 billion range over 5 years. So we have a lot of work to do, and making sure that customers like yourself, the end users, have reliability and resiliency built in. Most of you heard about resiliency and reliability, and really is your experience at the end of the day that you don't want to see the power go out. And power will go out sometimes because nothing is perfect in this world as we know it. We're all affected by climate change, and storms are getting worse. And to continue to be sustainable, we're investing time and effort in studying those phenomena, as I heard you are doing it as well. And the reason we do that is to make sure that the future electricity system is ready for you. We reduce the number of outages, we reduce the number of power quality events, and we enable more electricity growth as we go forward. So just a little bit of summary. Yes, we want to advocate, we want to be proactive, we want to maintain the critical infrastructure that serves us all, and we want to be there for our customers as we go through not so pleasant events like outages and restoration events. We also invest a lot of time and effort in automation. So the transmission grid is largely been automated over the last 15, 20 years. However, the distribution system is not as smart. So we're investing in the distribution system that's closer to the customers to make sure that we can leverage the assets to their full extent. You're going to have a more predictable power supply, and again, going back to reliability, resiliency, you're going to see less issues on the system. One thing that it's happening in the background, and I don't know how most of you get updated in that space, but this energy transition requires a lot of electricity. So if you heard words like pathway to decarbonization, those are very high on our list, on our to-do list. And you hear folks talking about doubling of the electricity system and so on. So all of those plans are being worked in the background to make sure that whatever the future of Ontario needs from an economic development perspective, which includes all of you, we're going to be able to deliver. And it is a tall order because we built this grid over 80 to 100 years, and now we're predicting a doubling of the grid in the next 25 years. That's very good. It's very exciting for us, a lot of work. But we need to be very careful because every single one of us in this room is cost conscious. We want to make sure we do it in a way that we can actually afford it. So those are some topics that, you know, we sleep and we dream about every single day. There's a couple of more updates that I wanted to give you, and you might have heard these in the news, and it's also related to this growth that is happening in the province. The southwestern part of Ontario, back in 2016, 2017, 2018, when we started enabling the agri-farm industry, we started connecting greenhouses and things like that. That resulted in a huge boom of electricity in Southwest. And as a result, we built a number of circuits. The enablement that we provided in Southwestern Ontario, it's the size of 3 cities of Windsor at the moment, and it's going to grow double to that in the next couple of years. So we're building a number of 230,000 kilovolt lines and some 500,000 volt lines that are going to supply additional customers in Southwest. So there's a lot of work, not just Southwest, there's work in the East that enables more supply. From a customer care perspective, I wanted to just mention a few things. And the most important thing I wanted to highlight is we want to be your partners. Whenever you feel like you have an electrical issue and you're dealing with it and you're trying to figure out what to do, we have folks that can help. So I'll be hanging around today till late at night. And if you have any questions or if you want to reach out, I'll leave you my card, because we do have folks that are experts in the industry, and if they can help, they will help. Again, my message is we want to provide reliable power to you. We want to help you succeed as a customer. We have rapid farm response teams if you have stray voltage issues. We're here to consult with you for electricity needs and so on. And I know Ethan is probably going to throw me off the podium because you guys have much better things to talk about than electricity. So I'll stop there. And again, I will thank everybody here for inviting me. It was a pleasure to speak to you. I'll be around if you need me to answer any questions. And one thing to remember, we want to be your partner. So if you need anything electricity related, please come to us and we'll try to help. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to thank Robert for coming in and sharing his words with us, and mentioning to be a partner, because I think all of us in this room feel that we can be a partner and be part of a solution going forward. So thank you very much for that, Robert.
One of the things we do always at convention is the silent auction that's out there, and the funds are being raised this year for next year's bursary recipients. We'd like to call up Resi Waltz now to talk about this year's recipients.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'll just invite the directors, they know who they are, to come to the stage as well, please. I'm Racy Wall, the MSR for Northumberland, Hastings, Prince Edward, and Lennox-Langton, and I'm pleased to lead us through the bursary presentation. It's always a highlight of convention to showcase the winners of our annual program. So last year we expanded the program, and along with offering the 3 bursaries for the undergraduate students, we also are now doing a bursary for a student in an apprenticeship program and a bursary for someone in a postgraduate or leadership development program. So the importance of adding those 2 is to recognize all levels of education and how they contribute to agriculture. So applicants were judged based on, their leadership skills, involvement in the community, and various accomplishments in both school and the industry. So these recipients this year represent a diverse skill set that the next generation brings to our industry, and I'm eager to introduce you to them. So I will start with the winner for the apprenticeship program, and that's Evan Atkinson from Stayner in Simcoe County. So Evan is enrolled at Cambrian College in Sudbury, and after entering the youth apprenticeship program as a co-op student in grade 11, he is now apprenticing as a welder with Eskra Welding through the Ontario Apprenticeship Program. And he uses plasma cutting equipment he purchased himself in the last several years, and he's developed his own business designing and making a range of agricultural parts for local farmers. He grew up on a family sheep, broiler, and cash crop operation in Simcoe County, and in the future he hopes to have an on-farm shop providing custom plasma cutting and equipment repair and welding services to agricultural customers.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the support.
So our postgraduate winner this year is Lauren Miller from St. George, Ontario. Come on up, Lauren. Lauren is in her first year of a master's program in rural planning and development at the University of Guelph. She also holds a full-time position as digital media communications coordinator with Farm and Food Care, and she runs a professional photography business as well and is actively involved with agriculture education activities in Brant County. Lauren is passionate about making a difference in land use planning, specifically around farmland preservation, and hopes to make a positive impact on the quality of life in our communities.
I'm very honored to receive this bursary, and I appreciate all the support from the OFA. Thank you very much.
One of our undergraduate bursary winners from the Southwest region is Emma Olette from Sombra, Ontario in Lambton County. Emma is in her second year of a 4-year program in Management and Organizational Studies at Western University in London. She's a passionate community volunteer, and she's currently a board director for the Moore Agricultural Society, co-chair and co-founder of the Brigden Youth Gardening Club, and has a long involvement with her local fair, the Brigden Fair. Her future goals include taking over the family farm and becoming part of her local municipal council.
I want to thank the OFA for their support in my investment in my future, and I hope to do great things for Ontario Ag.
So our next two recipients couldn't join us today due to school commitments, and one of them is actually in school out of province, but I'd like to recognize them just the same. So one of them, Cassidy Portis, she's our undergraduate winner from the Northeast region. She's from Winchester. She's in her final year of animal science and technology at Lakeland College in Alberta with a major in dairy science, and hopes to continue her studies to also complete a certificate in agribusiness. She's completed 36 4-H projects and hopes to pursue a career in dairy genetics after graduation. And then her long-term goal is to take over her family dairy farm. And finally, not with us today, but I'd like to congratulate Cheyenne Leafso. She's from Elmwood, and she's in her first year at the University of Guelph in the Bachelor of Science of Agriculture program. She's actively involved in her community, volunteering with a firefighters association, her local church, and serving as the Chesley Agricultural Fall Fair ambassador. She's a longtime 4-H member, and she's 6th generation on her family farm. So congratulations to all of our recipients. We're excited to see where your career paths take you, and we wish you all the best.
So I'm pretty sure there's a quick photo op over there. But as that's happening, the next piece on our agenda is recognition of board members that are retiring this year. And so there are a couple of their peers that are going to help do this. I know Paul is one, and I think Crispin. So I think this group up here, some of them are coming back. So just one moment.
So I'd just like to start. I always wanted to move the microphones. You ever see Christy Freeland? She comes up and just wiggles these microphones all around. I've always wanted to do it, so it's my lifelong dream has been fulfilled. So anyway, this year is a very exciting year for OFA. We're getting 4 brand new directors coming on our board. But on the downside is we have to say goodbye to 4 of our directors. So this year, so there's always good with the bad. So I'd like to start with, if Jen and Jackie and Bruce, if they could all come up to the stage. Yeah, I know. I want you to speed up a little bit, Jen. Come on. Here comes Bruce. So I'm going to start. So it's an honor to recognize the contributions of Jen Dolman. Jen, who is moving on from OFA board after representing Zone 8 farmers in Armpro, Lanark, Ottawa, and Renfrew for the last 3 years. Jen and her husband, Mike, grow a variety of crops, including canola, sunflowers, cereals, corn, soybeans, hay, and clover crops. And also she's a bee person. She supplied the board with a lot of honey in the last couple of years. So our honey supply is drying up on the board. I don't know whether we can get somebody to replace that or not, but that was always a good part of Jen coming to the board meetings. She's a certified crop advisor, an instructor at Algonquin College Agribusiness Program, and serves as a board member with the Canadian Canola Growers Association, the Agriculture Research Institute of Ontario, and the Grain Financial Protection Program. And we wonder why Jen is moving on. It's not like she's moving on not to do anything. She certainly has her plate full in a lot of different areas. One thing about Jen, when she first came onto the board, she started in COVID. So she started in the fall of 2020, and it was odd because the first couple of years, probably first year and a half, before we actually got to meet Jen. And the thing that always intrigued me about Jen is that she never really sat still on her Zoom calls. Like, she was always doing like 3 different things. I can remember ripping seed tags, and her kids would be kind of running around a bit. They were curious of what's going on the screen, and Jen was always very busy on her Zoom calls. So one thing that Jen was very proud of in her own Zone 8, she was happy, or she was proud that she could help revigorate those counties, and try and get some younger blood into those different county federations. And I know Jen was very proud of that, and she would talk about trying to get new people to come in, and younger people with new ideas. I kind of skipped over my spot here. So with the virtual presentations, to go back to the Zoom calls, the virtual meetings made participation from Eastern Ontario much easier to balance her very full life of the farm and family. Jen is now stepping away from the OFA board, but we all know that Jen will always hold a very special spot of OFA in her heart, and that we always have a comrade up in Ottawa on any time that we probably need to call her. She'll be more than happy to come and help OFA, also wearing many of her other hats. So as a board, we'd like to wish you all the best in your many new endeavors, and thank you for your energy and enthusiasm you have brought to the director role over the past 3 years. Thank you, Jen.
I want to do it too.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm speechless, and that's a first. Thank you. This is great, and I'm just so proud to serve and have had this opportunity, and I know my successor is going to do a fantastic job, so thank you.
No, stay up here. You got to get a picture. So it also is my pleasure to be here to recognize another one of our OFA retiring directors, Jackie Kelly Pemberton. She is leaving the board after serving 2 3-year terms as a director of Zone 11, which includes the counties of Dundas, Frontenac, Grenville, and Leeds. Jackie and her husband Steve farm near Winchester, where they have a cow-calf herd. They grow corn, soybeans, and wheat, and also sell on-farm beef off their farm. She started her involvement with OFA as a director with the Dundas Federation of Agriculture. She became the vice president and then moved on up to the role as president, a position that she held for 13 years. Her commitment was very strong for all this time. 6 years ago, members in her local area tapped her on the shoulder to suggest that she'd be a good representative for her region at the provincial board level. She had already been thinking about the possibilities of wanting to step up to the role as the provincial role, but it was the support from her local members that solidified her decision. Jackie and I also belong to the same ELP class, and all the way through ELP, not all the way through ELP, towards the end of ELP, we were asked what would be our goals in the after we left our ELP, and Jackie was always determined to carry on a more leadership role in OFA, and she's done a great job at it. Jackie has always had a strong interest in environmental issues, and as her health changed, she also became passionate about the infrastructure and healthcare needs for rural Ontario. She has particularly enjoyed being able to attend events at the national level with the CFA up in Ottawa, and has found networking and advocating aspects of the OFA director role to be especially rewarding. Jackie, on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you for your commitment to OFA and to your dedication to serving your local farmers and the Ontario agriculture sector. You will be missed, and we wish you all the best. Thank you, Jackie.
So I just want to thank my team at OFA for supporting me over the last 3 years. It's been a difficult one with COVID and cancer, so I really appreciate their support. I also want to thank my county federations, Leeds, Grenville, Dundas, and Frontenac, because they support me as well, and I wouldn't be here without them. And I encourage anyone that thinks that they can make a difference but don't know how, to stay steadfast and follow through and become a member of the board. It is a great experience and one you won't regret doing it all. Thank you.
Well, you've seen that the OFA can't function as a grassroots organization without the dedication of our volunteers and the members who step up to take on leadership roles on our boards, whether it's locally, regionally, or provincially. And today it's my privilege to be here on behalf of the OFA to recognize the contributions of someone I consider a nice, good, great guy, and my friend, Bruce Butter, one of our retiring directors. Bruce is a fifth-generation farmer, farms north of Cobourg with his wife Cindy and his son Leighton, where they have a small herd of beef cattle. They sell preserved beef, grow wheat, corn, and soybeans. In fact, Bruce would sometimes joke that he's one of the few people, if not the only person I know, who can collect both the CPP and the baby bonus at the same time. Bruce first joined the Northumberland Federation of Agriculture as a county director in 1988, and he was elected as president in 1994 and 1995. In 1998, he became a provincial director for the OFA board and served until 2007. In 2012, he returned to the board and has served as director of Zone 12, representing Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Northumberland, and Prince Edward counties since then. Bruce has also been a very strong advocate for farmer mental health. In fact, Bruce most recently chaired the Farmer Wellness Advisory Committee and has also been part of OFA's pension governance and audit committees. Being an OFA director has been a rewarding experience for Bruce. A particular highlight, however, was in 2018, and it was a highlight for the entire board, when we traveled to Northumberland County for our annual summer tour and board meeting. And Bruce and his family hosted everyone at their farms for dinner, including the local MPP, David Piccini, and the then Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Ernie Hardeman. Bruce has always been open and willing to share his knowledge with other board members. His quiet, strong manner will be missed around the board table. Bruce, the OFA appreciates your many years of service to the organization and the contributions you've made to the agricultural sector, and we wish you well as you move away from this organization and turn your focus to other interests. Bruce, thank you for being a friend, thank you for being a member, thank you for being a mentor to me. I appreciate all the things you've done.
I guess I would just like to say thank you to specifically the counties in Zone 12 for allowing me to be their director for the past 11 years. It's been a privilege to meet all of them and help to serve them, and I think help make their farming operations more profitable. It's been a real pleasure. I'd also like to acknowledge the staff. I don't know of any organization I've been in where the staff was more responsive to a director who often was struggling for information or going to a meeting needing something specific, and in the wink of an eye, they was always there for me, and I have acknowledged that they were very, very good. I'm gracious for their ability to be there and do that. I'd also like to acknowledge my wife for allowing me to do this position for a number of times, and there certainly always has to be somebody at home. Leighton, my son, we told him he had to go to school today, so he can't be here, but without somebody there to feed the cows and make sure they're back in when they get out at 10 o'clock at night when you're at an OFA meeting, you wouldn't be able to do this position. So thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a great opportunity, an opportunity that a lot of people in Ontario don't get to have, and I did, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience on the picture-taking part. And truly, all the board members have, it is one big family, and we're thankful for all the contributions that Jen and Jackie and Bruce have brought to the table. Our last speaker of the day is someone that everyone should know. It is my pleasure to welcome the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Lisa Thompson, to the stage. Can I say a little more? Lisa has served as the Progressive Conservative MPP for the riding of Huron-Bruce since 2011. 2 years ago, in June 2021, she became Ontario's 40th Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and she's no stranger to the sector. Being born and raised near Wingham, to a long-time involvement with many community and agricultural organizations, graduate of University of Guelph and the Advanced Ag Leadership Program, and she previously served as General Manager of Ontario Dairy Goat Cooperative. Lisa, thank you for joining us today. We've had several conversations in the recent past, and both in my role as president and even before that. So thank you for coming today, even through terrible traffic. I know it's a little bit late, but we're glad you still came.
Thank you so much. So where's Paul? You can always move a microphone if you're short. So that's the trick. So thank you so much, Peggy. And it's an absolute honor to stand in front of you all, proud members of your local federations of agriculture. And to Peggy, I want to recognize you in terms of your work as president and an absolute champion who leads with her heart. And I'm sincere when I say that, because Peggy's right. We did have our paths cross prior to her taking on the role of president. And ladies and gentlemen, it's very important to me as Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs that Ontario shows up, and shows up in many different contexts, to make sure that everybody knows we're loud and proud about the most significant industry that proves to be resilient and can be counted on in this province. And I share that with you because you have a leader in Peggy that, no matter how tough the discussions or where those meetings need to take place, Peggy always showed up on your behalf. And for that, I thank you very much, and I think we should show our appreciation to her. You know, it's interesting, both she and I officially took office, albeit with the Federation of Agriculture and at the legislature in the same year, 2011. And, you know, I'm just going to put it out there, and I'm sure Jackie and Jen can appreciate this as well. It's a little bit different, a woman taking on an opportunity at a provincial level, because we have all of our responsibilities at home, and then we have the broad shoulders to take on more, because again, we care so much about this industry. So it's awesome to see how your legacy has set up success, and I sincerely wish you the very best in your new role with the Canadian Agriculture Human Resources Council. So here we are, and since I last was here at your AGM, we've been very busy, incredibly busy for that matter. You know, just 1 week after your AGM last fall, our government released our Grow Ontario strategy. It was an ambitious roadmap for agriculture and our entire food industry, if you will, to follow in the province of Ontario. Grow Ontario identifies 3 priority areas that we need to move forward with collectively. And I'm so incredibly proud of how we were informed, because it took about 18 months to land on the final strategy that we introduced almost a year ago now. And I'm proud of it. Why? Because people see themselves in that strategy. And I even have been told that there are various regions and counties across this province that have looked to Grow Ontario as a benchmark, as a reference to their own strategic plans. And that shows that the forums that we held, the stakeholder consultations that we valued, certainly hit home when we landed on our 3 priorities for the strategy. And those 3 priorities are simply a stable and secure supply chain, innovation and research, and attracting the very best talent to this industry that we all love so much. And it's within those priorities that we have set out a number of goals, attainable goals. And in short, we aim to increase production and consumption and processing for that matter, of food grown and prepared in Ontario by 30% by the year 2032. In addition to that, we want to increase the province's total agriculture and food sector employment by 10% by 2032, and knowing how the world is looking to Ontario as a jurisdiction that leads by example when I talk about excellence in agriculture and food security. We want to attract the very best talent. So that includes all of you. We want the best people producing food so that around the world we can increase our exports 8% year over year through to 2032. And when we reach that year, we'll take stock and evaluate how well we collectively have done. I know we can meet these aggressive targets, and I have every confidence because of what you do at home to support our industry. You know, I think it's safe to say already we've taken a number of concrete steps towards accomplishing these goals already, and we have an amazing community across Ontario of farmers, processors, industry leaders working with us. And we're strengthening, indeed, our food supply chain and bringing stability. You know, coming out of the pandemic, one of the most resilient industries, if you will, or sectors in this province was agriculture. But we're going to be doing more. And so it's in that spirit. This summer, we invested up to $7.5 million through the partnership that we have with our federal government and the new program, Sustainable CAP, to launch the Biosecurity Enhancement Initiative. You know, we learned from avian influenza. You know, we learn from people who get hit with a particular virus that wipes out a particular garden crop. And most importantly, we learn through preparing for African swine fever. And so this was a very important investment, and I'm confident that it will help farmers, food processors, and essential farm-supporting agriculture and food businesses protect their operations against disease, and most importantly, enhance agricultural resilience. We've also allocated $9.5 million over the next 3 years to equip farmers with technology they need to maximize the health of their soil and increase their productivity and profitability. You know, it all starts from the ground up. I'm sure you would agree with me on that. And soil health truly matters. You know, we see it on our farm, and I'm sure you can all relate to it as well. And so that money that I just mentioned, the 9.7, will help improve soil data mapping. Ladies and gentlemen, when I came into this chair of Minister for Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, I was taken back a little bit. Some people across Ontario were using soil maps dating back to 1970, but it gets even better. I also learned there are areas of Ontario that did not even have soil maps available to them. So how the heck can you move forward and embrace new technologies and best practices when you don't have that fundamental groundwork that you need to move forward? So I'm really proud of that investment as well. And then there are other instances that we've leveraged as best we can the dollars available through Sustainable CAP to support more initiatives. But I'm just getting over my royal cough, so I'm going to pause and take a drink here. The royal was excellent, the 101st year. And I thought the president Ray Stanton said it best. You know, Shelley Peterson was able to celebrate a century of champions, and starting off his president role, he's looking to take the royal and the celebration of the best into the next century. So it's in that spirit that we're looking to wisely invest money through SCAP as well. And to continue on my list of the investments that we've made, I think it's really important that you understand that we've also committed more than $68 million to launch the Ontario Agricultural Sustainability Initiative. This is a program that essentially is a foundation for 3 particular programs. The first one being the Resilient Agricultural Landscape Program, or RELP. And specifically in RELP, we're dedicating the largest chunk of this funding, a $56.7 million initiative that will make funds available to eligible farmers to complete projects on farm, including tillage practices that look to no-till and conservation, creating water retention ponds, and other projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and sequester carbon. And a little, what's the word I'm going to say? A little hint of what else could be considered in there. Take a look for pastures as well. We've heard about that for a long time. Or else, if you're from southwestern Ontario, think about what you've heard about at the Murray Scott Farm. It's doable, it's achievable, and ladies and gentlemen, it has value. And so that's why I'm really proud of that investment as well. The third program under the agricultural sustainability, the second program, under the Agricultural Sustainability Initiative is the Agricultural Stewardship Initiative that will complement RELP by providing an additional $5 million this year for farmers looking to modify and adopt equipment and operating practices. That's important too. And then the third and final program is the On-Farm Applied Research and Monitoring. It's known as On-Farm Program, and it'll be expanded and enhanced, and that's going to take a $7 million investment over 5 years so that we have the right data to help all of you better understand what farm practices would complement your soil types, growing conditions, and the realities that you have on your farm. Another thing that we've done, and there has been no dust sitting on us, and I really appreciate all the effort of the team at OMAFRA to always pick up the phone from me and say, okay, we can do that. I know Scott Duff is in the room somewhere, and I have to give a shout out to his colleagues and all of the officials from OMAFRA. They're willing and able, and they're working their darndest to help us meet our objectives. And it's in that spirit, there's another project that we introduced. It's a 3-year, $343 million agreement. And Greg Wooten was instrumental in working with my team to make sure that, again, the $343 million agreement with the University of Guelph was achieved. And it's meant to be in place to support the Ontario Agri-Food Innovation Alliance. The outcomes from this collaboration will boost research, drive competitiveness now and in the future. But I'm not going to stop there. We're also investing up to $16.5 million through Sustainable Cap to support research and innovation projects that will help develop new competitive technologies, practices, and solutions for the agri-food sector. This investment in the Ontario Agri-Food Research Initiative, known as ORAFI, oh my goodness, includes a multi-year suite of funding to support applied research, and that's important. Not only are we looking to support applied research, but we're also looking to pilot, demonstrate, and commercialize products and initiatives to make research become a reality, ultimately to Grow Ontario. And we're going to achieve that with an addition of a new Grow Ontario Accelerator Hub as well. And it's through this initiative that we're ensuring that Ontario farmers and everyone across the value chain will know about the latest tools and techniques that ultimately continue to see us increase yield year over year. Now, that brings me to a couple of other things that are very important to me. And first one being the announcement that we made yesterday. A major new initiative was launched just yesterday north of Hamilton, and that's Agritech Innovation Initiative. And again, it's through the $1.7 billion 5-year agreement that I negotiated with my federal counterparts that we're able to realize these investments. And that particular agreement was signed earlier this year in March at Vineland Station. And it matters because we're able to bring so much home, literally, to you across Ontario. And so over the next 4 years, through this Sustainable Cap funding, we're going to be inviting farmers and food processors to come forward to upgrade the technologies that they use on farm, as well as equipment and processes that ultimately improve and increase production capacity. Under the Agritech Innovation Initiative, businesses that make investments up to $100,000 will have 50% cost share, and any projects over and above $100,000 will receive a 35% cost share. That matters. Developed through consultations with various commodity organizations, including greenhouse growers, grain farmers, livestock commodity groups, I'm confident that this initiative will effectively meet the needs of the sector and position it for future growth. And I will share with you as well that this particular program is so important. I was honored to have Minister Lawrence Macaulay join me just yesterday. And it was awesome to have the new Federal Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada join me in that regard. But to close off, I want to talk about attracting the very best talent. Working hand in hand and boosting innovation is our goal to attract and retain and grow Ontario's agri-food talent. And I know this is important to OFA as well, and I very much appreciate in that spirit how you recognized the young people with your scholarships. And so I hope the silent auction item or table hasn't closed yet, because please go out and place your bids and bid often, because it's a huge initiative that really matters. You know, workforce availability is one of the most pressing barriers facing our sector, and that's why we're taking action on this front. Anyone hazard a guess of what the average age of an Ontario farmer is today? I'm hearing it's in the high 50s, you know? But we need to keep working to make sure that future generations of farmers see themselves on the farm, and we're attracting new work as well. And so we're investing $2.3 million through the Sustainable CAP program to support organizations that will help us attract the best talent. And that's where we involve some of my favorite organizations. Ontario 4-H, you know, 4-H is the perfect training ground for our young people that are interested in pursuing a career. And so I want you to know that we're investing, and we have committed $2.3 million over the next 3 years for that program. And then I also want to give a shout out to Vince Brennan. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Vince Brennan. You know, an organization that we all love in our own home communities are agricultural societies. And I said, just made a suggestion, and then the OMAFRA team made it happen. I said, you know what, why aren't we utilizing our fairs more to shout out, again, loud and proud, about the amazing careers that we have in Ontario associated with our agriculture and food industry. And guess what? We have now an amazing partnership through the Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies to talk about and enable people to see themselves in future jobs in our agri-food sector. And I look forward to joining Vince and all the ag societies from across Ontario later in March to talk more about that particular initiative as well. It was kicked off this fall, and I was very proud to see the efforts at various fairs, and we're going to continue to build on that. So just one last thing I'd like to share with you in terms of the labor challenge. We're also investing $14.7 million in something that we heard loud and clear from across Ontario. And you've heard about it. We, as a government, are investing $14.7 million, and this is something that was very near and dear to Peggy as well, to expand and address the veterinary issue that we have in this province. And so it's no accident that we particularly are looking at the need that is in Northern Ontario and rural communities alike. And we found the perfect partner in Thunder Bay, in Lakehead. Yes, I would say I'll give credit where credit's due. Peggy was a good advocate, and Moira at the university, or I should say Lakehead University, really worked well with Charlotte Yates to help this become a reality. So this initiative will see, ladies and gentlemen, an additional 20 veterinary students per year enter the veterinary school through an alliance, a partnership between both universities. And the initial training will happen in Thunder Bay, with the final year happening in Guelph. And why does this matter? Students tend to stay where they train, and we recognize we need to support Northern Ontario in that regard, and also our rural communities as well. And then in addition to that, to complement the additional 20 seats, we found money in my ministry to give every student that graduates as a doctor in veterinary medicine $50,000 if they choose to work in northern or remote rural communities over 5 years upon their graduation. So again, we're trying to incent and encourage young people to find amazing careers in our rural and northern communities. So I could go on and on, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I could talk about the $48.8 billion in GDP that we contribute to the provincial coffers, but you know that. And I know that you understand what you do matters each and every day. And I encourage you, continue to increase yield year over year. That will enable me to continue to attract additional manufacturing. For instance, you need to know that Wonder Brands, who produce Wonder Bread and wraps and pitas and the whole list, they have chosen to expand their business just on the east side of Toronto. And it's a huge multi-million dollar, tens of millions of dollars investment. But they're going to have 2 compounds. They're going to have their processing, their manufacturing, and distribution in one building, but they're also looking to bring forward an innovation center as well. That's just one example of what we've attracted because of the success that you have as Ontario farmers. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. Please don't stop doing what you're doing. You're enabling me to attract more investment in the spirit of food processing and manufacturing. And because of that, we're going to continue to grow together. Thank you very much, everyone.
So on behalf of OFA, and on a personal note, it's been a good ride. Your speech certainly highlighted all the ways that government is looking to invest and is investing in Ontario and on agriculture. I know you are passionate about this industry, just as everyone in this room is, and I am glad that you can continue to advocate for us in this role. So thank you very much, and hopefully you'll stay for dinner.
We have night sittings tonight.
Oh, night sittings. I did know some people were on the roll call.
Yes, yes.
Well, we are glad you took time to come here anyways. Thank you.
See you again.
Yes. That almost concludes today's meeting. I do know that at lunchtime there were 2 clickers missing. I am not sure if we got the last 2. We got the last 2? Woohoo! Success. That is success. Outside of that, I know from the staff they have 10 minutes left. If you want to bid on the silent auction, bid often, bid high. This is a really great cause. The dinner is at the International Rooms and it opens at 6 o'clock? 6:30. 6:30, so you got a moment to breathe. And thank you, everybody.